Okay. I mean, what would be the extent that it stops? Well, King James, some of these other people change some of the things. Okay. Well,
Is that true?
no, it's not true.
Okay.
You think King James version is true? Yeah, but King James version isn't the only version of the scripture. All he did was authorize the people to translate the language from the Hebrew and the Greek into the English. But other than that, the Bible don't even mention King James at all. It says that he was the author of it. But he's not really the author of it. It's really the Lord's word. Can somebody get baptized?
Yeah. You got a Bible of the 1382 called the Tinsdale. It's what's his name? John Wycliffe of 1382. Said the same thing that King James said. It was just Old English. And you got to understand that just as today, a word that means something changes. Every year you get a new urban dictionary. You get a new word. So now when you go into a Greek dictionary of a particular word, it'll say 1, A, B, C, 2, 3, 4, C, D, E. So you got a whole bunch of words that mean the same damn thing. And that's where the confusion comes.
You guys believe that the Nicene Council was accurate in selecting the books that they did? Because there were other books that weren't included.
Exactly. We had the Apocrypha, which was in it. You had. Go ahead.
This here, Salaki.
Go ahead.
I'll step back. You have books that was taken out of the Bible, right? And you have this word Apocrypha, which means hidden. All right, hidden book. All right, so this is, pretty much a direct connection to what everybody calls the Old Testament, but it's still, relevant.
Yeah.
So these are the books that were taken out of the Bible.
Because I got the 1611 edition of the Bible right here.
Yep.
And this all the Apocrypha is already in there. And then in this one, you don't even see the letter J in there at all. You know what I'm saying? Because that letter J didn't exist until 1524. So the King James, he just authorized, and it says it in the beginning of the Bible. It just says that he authorized the scribes to translate it from one language to another. But the reason why it's so prevalent is because it's English here in America. You know what I'm saying? But there's other people that translated from Hebrew and Greek, into other languages. It's just that he did it from that language to the English. That's one of the reasons why.
You had a man called Eusebius, Marcinius, and they were considered. You'll get the word canonical, which comes from canon. That's why when you see the canon printer, the word canon means light. And you had some that believed, like when the original Bible came out, the Bible is really, you know what the word Bible means, by the way. You know what it means. The word Bible typically means, comes from the Latin word biblios, means books of records. So it was a bunch of records put together. And what happened is, the original Bible that they came out with was only New Testament because it was universalized. That's where the problem comes. They universalized it so all man can get it. And it wasn't for everybody, it was only for the Israelites. And they said the God of the Old Testament isn't that kind of God because people didn't want to hear about that God who was talking about killing and murdering people. So they said, leave it out. And then the canon brought it back. And then you had Martin Luther, later on, years later, who took the Apocrypha out. And it was more than just that, but that Apocrypha even had more books in there than that. So it was quite a few books taken out, changed, twisted. But for the most part, you got to come to the root. And that's what matters. Hebrews 10:7. Oh, you call Malachi. Oh, no, you can get Hebrews 10:7.
Okay, also he wanted me to read this too.
Okay, read that.
This for the front. It says the Holy Bible containing the Old and New Testaments translated out of the original tongues and with the former translation diligently compared and revised, authorized King James Version.
red letter head. So as you mentioned, we should talk about scholars amongst who just really did the translate.
Now, the thing, because this right here is a church. The word church means to call out. You go into the scriptures. We're going to, if you was to just walk into the church with that answer, right, it's not beginner friendly. You know what I'm saying? This is beginner friendly. How old are you?
Why is that relevant?
I mean, I'm 71 years old. You look actually pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
The scriptures, the reason why I'm saying that, because regardless of however old you are, right, in the book of Matthew, the 18th chapter, it says to come in as a child. Okay? And that means that a lot of the things that you may have learned, you have to really relearn everything. You know what I'm saying? Because the Christian church has taught the Bible a certain way. That ain't the truth. You know? That's why we out here. You know, the Lord only deals with a small number. You got to get that Hebrews 10:7 real quick.
You accept the Catholic Bible? That's different from the Protestant.
Well, the Catholic Bible has, I believe, the Apocrypha in it, if I'm not mistaken. Now, when you look at the Catholic Bible, I saw the Catholic Bible. It's not that really much different from the King James Version. It does have some differences in there. Yeah, it just has some more books. The New World Translations. Read that real quick. Hebrews 10 and 7.
This is Hebrews 10 and 7. He says, then said I, lo, I come in the volume of the book. It is written of me to do thy will, O God.
Yeah, that's talking about the one you call Jesus. He said it's also that is written in the book of Psalms. So really, the one you call Jesus is really, you're going to have a bunch of translations, spin-off, different. You had people made books off of the Bible and said it was the holy book.
King James is the one that characterized Jesus to be a Caucasian from the 15th to 16th century.
Who said that?
Yeah, I mean, that's where all those pictures emerged from that era.
Okay.
That's what people look like in that era.
Right. But you know what happened? The 1400s, you had what you call the Renaissance.
Right.
And they repainted the images. You know, the original images was black. Right.
Exactly.
From the, yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm familiar. That's what
Okay.
I'm just wondering if you guys understand.
Yeah. King James didn't do that. Because remember, there was no real pictures in the Bible.
Well, I'm saying that that was the era that they
in the 1600s.
developed.
Oh yeah, true. It was hundreds of years before that they came out with the white images before King James was even in power. But what people don't understand is power, rulerships take time to fall. When a white man came into power in the 1400s, late 1300s, when he came into power, there were still black people ruling in Europe on those seats. The fifth king of Scotland was King James. Scotland was still, there was Moors and blacks still ruling in that era. And they made a pact with white people. Like when them people came over here and conquered, some of that was under the rule of black men. Believe it or not.
If I could get this.
Christopher Columbus had to follow the authority of black men, believe it or not. Nobody knows that. They made him become a Christian. He was actually a false Jew.
Right.
You got to read the books on that.
This is his name is Charles V, right? You have certain streets like Charles Street, right? Charles V, it says that he was born in February 24th, 1500, which is a so-called black man, right? And it says that he died in 1558. It says that he was a Holy Roman Emperor, right? The King of Spain, okay, and the Archduke of Austria, okay? And this is a so-called black man that ruled during that time that you say that what they call the Renaissance period.
Yeah, because everybody thinks since the Renaissance came into play, it was just all white people ruling. No,
Right.
it takes a time for that king, just like now that Queen Elizabeth is bad because of that not Queen Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth, the one who died. She was mad at the other Charles or whoever he was, because they had the Megan, the black woman there. Because there's a black woman in there, and they're afraid of history. Slowly, it wasn't like that. White people just came in and just, this is our shit now. That take hundreds of years. when
the Romans did pretty much do that. And just because Obama was president doesn't mean that black people run this country or that
exactly
the government is by black people.
Exactly.
So we've always had black people in the mix throughout history. We understand.
Of course.
Yeah. So I've got to run, but God bless you, brothers.
All right, man.
Okay.
Take care. All right. So anyway, that's why you got to know the history. Christopher Columbus and all them, them, I can't say it on camera, the Amalekites, they made a pact with our people. The people who claim that they're the people of God and in the Holy Land, they made a pact with our people. And we supported them, right? And they had their money. Remember, they were goldsmiths, silversmiths, there was money. They had their hand in money. They always did, right? And we taught them how to be the people of the Bible. They learned it from us. When you go back to 740, a man named Kegan Bullitt was the one that's when they did the conversion to Judaism. So they was already knowing about that. But there was always black people. I mean, at that time, King James was still a black man sitting on the throne. Right. But you know what black people do? They always cater to the heathen. And that's how we lost our power. So this guy coming up, he wanted to attack the Bible, he wanted to attack King James. First of all, you can attack King James, but that's not attacking the Bible.
What's the difference from Christian and Catholic?
What did you say?
What's the difference from Christian and Catholic?
Roman Catholicism, when you go back to the, not the evangelical, the Protestants, Roman Catholicism really goes back to us. Going back to like 300 AD. We're the ones really started all these false religions, you know, those holidays and all that. That was all it. Remember, we started taking over the Holy Roman Empire. Well, we call it the Holy Roman Empire because Israelites. But we started taking over the Roman Empire when we came into power. We started keeping the ways of the Romans. It was doing what they were doing. And then that's when we started practicing ideologies and this and that. So, you said what?
300?
Yeah, 300. Yeah, that's going back to I believe the Median Persians, Xerxes and all them. That was before, way before that. But the Roman Catholic Church is, after that, has been taken by so-called white man, right? And they got on board with it, and they had a thing called, what do they call that? The Reformationists. When the Reformation came into play, that's when they did what you call a reform of the Roman Catholic Church. And then they had a branch. That's when you had John Calvin, the white man. You had, out of that also, you had Islam, you had, which came before that, but then you had the Mormons. In the 1800s, you had a variety of religions pretty much coming out of the Roman Catholic Church. Jehovah's Witnesses.
My friend Nathan, he's a Jehovah's Witness.
Yep, that went back to the 1800s.
Yeah.
The Watchtower.
He don't believe in holidays.
Yeah, he don't believe it. Which they got some of it right.
Yeah.
There was no such thing as holidays. There was what you would call holy days.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to be following holidays. It's nothing. It's not biblical. We go to church and we still follow holidays. It's holy days. That's what we're supposed to be following. Like,
first off, we want to give all praises, honor, and glory to.
Yeah, by Shimmy, by Shimmy, us.
Double honors to the apostles and our elders of Great Millstone, and the sincere soul of all to the Akim out here that's going to put some work in truth and sincerity. Okay, I got this reason to this right fast. You know,
what did we title it?
I'm going because this all going to tie into that. So I got you.
This is the I put this out in the video down there.
That Jake was just trying to be smart, man.
Yeah, you saw the look on his face.
What is my age?
King David. Yeah, we can get into all that.
What's that?
King David.
Oh, King David?
Yeah, I like to do that.
Oh, King David's the truth, man.
We was just doing that.
Yeah.
But this is just why they say why motives for why people tell lies. Okay, because the scriptures say that Esau is the father of the lies. Okay, it's a so-called white man. Okay, it says to protect someone from punishment, to obtain a reward, to get out of an awkward situation, to maintain privacy, right? To protect oneself from physical harm, to exercise power over others, to avoid embarrassment.
Why do these guys come up and try to be so deep, man? He don't want to know about the Bible. He want to know about King James.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They just want to be deep. I tell you, that's what's wrong with niggas, man. You know? Right. They always see other black men. Man, if he said it, even though he got the white skin, if he said it, man, I can see your point. You know what I'm saying?
It's the messed up part. They don't attack any other version of the Bible but the King James. They don't talk the NIV, the Geneva Bible. Even though you gotta take time to understand what the Bible says. They don't attack no other book but this for some reason. As if King James is the one who wrote it.
Right. And oh yeah, go ahead. The Bible isn't a lie. You know what I'm saying? But the word why people lie is to avoid punishment, to win admiration from others, and to avoid embarrassment. You know, but Esau always say exercise power over others. They use the Bible, they lie to it. You know, they said that this is their book, right? That's exercising power over other people. You know, and then they also try to win admiration because in the scriptures is I want to get this right fast before we get go into it. But because he had made mention about about them changing the pictures, right? This is
what he said is they offered, since King James was in power in the 1600s, he authorized them to put white pictures in. And it had pictures in there. But see how he's, instead of trying to build and try to figure out and ask questions,
right.
He done found something on YouTube, some misinfo,
right.
And then he thought he could come up here and confound us with
right.
it.
And if he knew any better, that Renaissance period wasn't the first time that they
did
changed
that.
the pictures. You know what I'm saying?
They did it in the Maccabees.
Yep, that's why I got right here. First Maccabees 3:48. It says, and laid open the book of the law, which is the Bible, right?
That was with Antiochus, I think.
The Apocrypha, right? This is in between the Old and the New Testament, right? So when this happened, right, you had the Old Testament, right, from the book of Genesis on down to Malachi, okay? So that's what they was going by during this point in time. So yeah. Yeah, that was around that time again. Yeah. They say that they opened the book of the law wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their image.
So that was no new thing under the sun.
Right.
They've done that. And they've probably done that even before then.
Well, they did it around the Egyptian time too. Yep. It came in, what's her name? Cleopatra and all that.
Ptolemy when he went down in Egypt. They took on they cut off the noses of the Sphinx and all that, and they put up the white images of Egypt. So that's why when you look at Egypt, like with black people, we're not supposed to have any history.
Right.
They'll show pictures of Egypt, and if you look on the comment board, and there's a bunch of white people on there that said, see, it's us. They want to be the Egyptians, they want to be the Americans, they want to be the Europeans.
So they want to rule because what we're going to rule want to be a little part of everything.
They want to hold the world.
Yeah.
But even before the Romans, you know the word Rome came from Romulus. You know what I'm saying? So even there was Japhetic dark nations, not Israelites, but there was dark nations up in Europe before the white man even got there and conquered Rome. And then they had some influence by actually Israelites that was amongst them. So even the influence that the white man got in general around the world came from us. And it ain't about the skin color. I'm just saying it's a nationality here of Israelites. Like you and another regular white man, right? Your way of thinking is going to be different. Because it's the spirit. And you're gonna look at it, I know you did. You probably looked at a regular white man like, "You this motherfucking corny, man."
They ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, he like this motherfucking corny.
I don't hate it funny.
Yeah. It's the truth.
I'm from the hood, man.
Yeah.
I live down in African American, and I got long hair about it. I don't hate nobody. It ain't about the skin color, it ain't about what you look like, it's about what you got in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the scriptures.
But God does hate people.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I don't hate people, I love people.
Yep. That's Israelite. That's us, ain't it? We love everybody. But really, Jesus said to walk as I do.
There's a lot of people out here going on this.
Now, let me tell you something. Let me ask you something. If somebody attacked your mom, hit her over the head with a rock, slit her and all that, would you hate them? Hey, here we go. So you did. So when they did this, put the picture down on that.
Revenge is sometimes the person,
There you go. So what did they do to the children of Israel? They did the God's people were the children of Israel, and they said, "For you have touched the apple of my eye, so you're gonna have to pay." Them that did that as a nation. Do you know God punishes people by nations? Yeah. Go ahead, brothers.
Y'all just won't let that go.
No, we ain't. Lord is the one that ain't letting it go.
Like a
Spirit
vessel.
on us to not let
like
it
a
go.
vessel, when they say it.
Like 9/11. What that say? It say that the Lord requires that which is found.
Yeah, and I got something else too, man. Actually, two things. All right, this is the book of Proverbs because we're actually supposed to hate, right? We're supposed to. It's not a bad thing. See, this world portrays hate as a bad thing. It's not exactly a bad thing like what you just there said. You try to get revenge on them, so it's not exactly a bad thing, and we're allowed to because of that bullshit. And that's only scratching the surface. I'm talking about what was shown, all the hanging, the lynching, the castration. That's the basic. Believe it or not, that's just basic shit. All right. But it's the book of Proverbs, chapter.
I hate about that because they're sitting here treated like that.
You know what I'm saying? You got the Planned Parenthood. We supposed to hate. We're supposed to hate this place. Look at the mindsets of people.
Yeah.
Right? Look at the
Different personality. Different mind. People, we be like walking the scene, like looking at you sometimes. I had that people come in here and look at you like,
How you low life and all that.
yeah,
shit.
like,
I hate the police.
yeah, some people, I hear people say, I ain't kidding about you. Why you this?
Why you did?
They don't even need you to secure that shit because that stuff is insured anyway.
Yeah. That's the point. I still get paid, bro.
Yeah, they just want that extra protection.
Yeah.
Collateral.
Right?
They look at you as collateral. They put a piece up, a front, put your life on the line.
I don't get paid that much. You go ahead and walk in the door.
Yeah, you got that right.
I still get paid in
As a spiritual, you got a gold knife.
Yeah.
That's
Go ahead.
It's funny because when
That's
you
my
say
favorite one.
even the job itself will tell you if something happens, don't put yourself out there.
No, I don't
Hey,
think my
even tell
person says stay there, do my rounds and report.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I used to do security.
I'm not chasing you. Go ahead, help me something. No,
Hey, you just
I
reported.
still get paid in the day when I clock out.
Yep, you just an extra eye and a voice.
Yeah, that's all it is. And
But I got this.
Yeah, go ahead and read it. Go ahead and read
I got this for you. The book of Proverbs, chapter 8, verse 13. The fear of the Lord, right?
Somebody hit Amos 5:15.
Yeah, that's another one I was getting ready to say.
That 5 and what? 15. Yeah, I got that.
So it said the fear of the Lord, right? So if you fear the Lord, you would do this. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil. Woo! And arrogancy and the evil way and the forward mouth do I hate. Oh, if you fear the Lord, you're supposed to hate. You would naturally hate this place if you fear the Lord. You would hate evil people.
There's a lot of people are fearful out here too.
You say what?
Scared of fear,
Yeah.
scared of death,
Yep.
Like you constantly think about that, but I'm not feared to die. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Oh, wait, bro.
Yeah. You say you don't fear God?
No, you say you're not.
Oh,
you better fear God, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I'm
afraid of
sorry.
God, yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
my
talking about
fault.
fear, like when you get old.
Yeah.
Well,
You won't go anyway.
Yeah, you ain't gonna know it because you won't. it's gonna happen so quick.
Yeah. Hopefully you just go in your sleep and you're done.
When people die, that would in the
What about the afterlife stuff? Like, you know,
we can speak on you asked,
well, I don't
you said
know
what
much
about the afterlife? But when people die, they have it's called what they call karma. You know, from it could be from what you did in your past life, or just what you did from before that caught up to you. You know, which is really the Lord that brings that judgment on something. You know, so you scaring, being afraid of that, you're supposed to be trying to live as righteous as possible. You know, but you got something? Yeah, I got that Amos 5.
Yeah, let me get there real quick.
This is Psalms 139 and 21. Do not I hate them, O Lord, they hate thee, and am not I grieved with those that rise up against thee? I hate them with perfect hate.
Here we go. Hear this again. Read it over.
I hate them with perfect hate.
Read it over.
The whole thing over. Oh, the whole thing. Okay. He said, do not I hate them, O Lord, they hate thee, and am not I grieved with those that rise up against thee? I hate them with perfect hatred.
Right.
I count them mine enemies.
Right. So the way we were taught in church and life, these same people, we ain't got that picture. Where the picture at? These people right here taught us, the wickets. Yep, there you go, the wickets. Those people taught us to love everybody. You know what that was implying? To love everything and everybody while we constantly putting our foot on your neck. They don't love nobody, but they push that. Because that keeps us, does make us good slaves, so to speak.
they don't love nobody. They love it for the money and the power.
That's all they love.
That Kanye West brand.
Yeah.
Right? He was saying he was listening to our videos, you know, start with the elders and the prophets, but he was exposing these people. And one thing you'll know who run things if you can't say nothing about. He was bringing that up. He's been bringing that up, but just because it's famous.
But not get rich from the government. You know, it's a lot of rappers. Videos of that.
Yeah, because Kanye West, he sold his soul.
I just did a video where he said he sold his soul to the devil.
Yeah, he did that. He done bent over the desk and shit. You know, so the bullshit that he's saying, man, which, you know, it could be, you know, whatever is whatever. That is, man, he may not even last long because you know, he done signed his name in blood. When you do that, you know, Kanye West may not even last long. You know that, and he knows that. Because anybody that gets out of control, like Nick Cannon, right? Like a week later after he said that, he wearing the you know, I can't say the guys, but he wearing their attire, you know, apologizing and stuff like that, right? Because when you sign the Lord don't want you, man. If you already sold out, the Lord don't want you, right? So you sit up there.
They having fun with Nick Cannon.
Yeah, you get out of and Kanye. You know, he can really have fun with him, man. Like a puppet. He's a puppet. That's all he is.
They're gonna put a leash around his neck and have him crawl around the room.
Yep. That's all they do.
Yeah.
See, that's how you know money. That's how you know money is a god, man. If it has you doing stuff like that, mammon. The love of money, exactly. There you go. That's mammon.
And he apologized, and he didn't even say nothing. He just had him on his show, and he apologized. He went on an apologizing tour like that.
Come on, Dory.
Yeah. Drink chat.
What do you expect?
And see, this is why
it was all probably set up.
This is why we're set up to hate this place, man. That's why. You know, so it's not a bad thing to hate.
Because you can't tell the truth.
Right.
Yeah. That's one thing I hate about people.
Like you just said it. Yeah, there's a one thing you hate.
I just hate it. Lying. It's lying to me.
Nahum 1 and 3.
See, that's another thing. See, liars. The Lord don't like liars.
This one lady came through her things. I said it the first time. I never called her stealing, but she came back in the other day and she lied to me again. It just made me mad. I said, yeah, and I walk back to the house. Here's something about it. I said, I want to put her. I said, you lied to me. Why are you ever lying to me? And you can put the stuff back and up.
That woman, man, they be shot with the big time.
Man,
they be black woman all the time. And they get caught. And the guy, the security guard of Walmart, He put 2 black women. They put stolen items under the baby.
Yeah, they do that.
And he picked it up and said, "What the hell is this?"
Well, a couple of days ago, I seen 5 guys. I think they were going in there. They go to my parking lot, right? They come over here in Marshall, right? 5 guys went up there, and they came back out with a whole bunch of stuff. Man,
That's crazy.
Yeah, big, all hangers on it, falling off and everything.
They took it. They snapped and grabbed.
Like scarves, all kinds of stuff. There's big pounds of it, like running down this way in the parking lot. That's where they go at. You go in that parking lot, you'll find 1,000 hangers, maybe a couple thousand hangers.
I'm gonna get this right fast. I gotta skip that. This is Amos 5 and 10. It says they hate him that rebukes in the gate. Right? That's what we doing. You know, out here, you know, on the highway and hedges, right? It says, and they abhor him that speak uprightly. Because think of the thing, right? What separates us from social media, we out here in people's faces. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to get up on a platform and to say certain things, you know, behind the screen, but you don't have nobody to contest you, you know, or to speak against you. You know, all the people that speak against you is just writing a comment. But when we out here actually speaking it into people's faces, it's the truth. We speaking the truth. They hate us for that. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that got opinions. You know, forget your opinion.
If you're a celebrity, man, just keep it to yourself.
Yeah.
You know it's not nothing going to come good out of it.
It's not to tell everybody. Yeah.
Let us do it, man. This is our job. It's not your job.
Every time celebrities try to do what we do, they end up either looking dumb, looking stupid, or getting messed up.
Yeah, you try to climb up another way. Right. That's not how the Lord set it up. You know, he set up his men to go out there on the highway and hedges and to speak this word. You know what I'm saying? Not to go out and say, "Oh, I'm up on Drink Champs" or some other, you know,
that's all
broadcast
phony.
Yeah, it's off of fake, you know, but they get paid off of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we up on YouTube. That's a platform, but ultimately we out here in the people, you know, faces with it. You know what I'm saying? You can't. We're accessible. Those people that's on those channels ain't accessible unless you spending money.
The only thing I hate is wealthy and rich people. They got power and you think they're better.
Well, technically they are better because the Most High set them up on high. The Most High gave them that power, and they're going to let's be honest. If we became super wealthy, when we run the world, we're gonna say we better, but we're gonna run it in order. Yeah. There ain't gonna be no thieves coming in and breaking in your stores and stuff in our stores. Ain't gonna be all this madness that they allow. It won't be 1,000 different religions. Everything is gonna be in order. Which really, Yahweh Shah, the one we call Jesus, said there's only one good, and that's the Father in heaven. He's better than everybody.
Yahweh Shah, he came on the scene when we call Jesus. He came on the scene and what they got his feet dirty. You know, he came in and put in the work. People saw him, you know, face to face. You know, so that's what you're supposed to be able to do. You're supposed to be able to put yourself out there so that the people can see you, man. That's more relatable. You know what I'm saying? We relate to these people. We've been through the fucking struggle too.
People hate, when you tell them the knowledge and the truth, sometimes they hate. They don't like it. They get mad. So they don't like the knowledge, the truth.
Yeah, make your body a living sacrifice. That's what the Lord commanded you to do. You're not doing that being up on a podcast, you know, and putting it up there on the YouTube, you know, all these other platforms. You know, you're not making it yourself a living sacrifice.
Yeah, go ahead, real quick. This is Nahum 1 and 3. It says, "The Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked."
Nahum 3 and 1.
Oh, Nahum 3.
But that's good too. That is good. You're not at all acquit the wicked. And shalom to the brothers and sisters on the comments.
Shalom. Yeah, this is Nahum 3 and 1.
Here we go.
It says, "Woe to the bloody city! It is all full of lies."
All full of lies, man.
And
what other country in the world, place on the earth, is more full of lies than this damn place? Go ahead.
It says, "and robbery."
Robbery.
Yeah, that's a lot.
You ain't go to work, man. Man, come on, man. You go to work, and what they give you a little paycheck, they take your taxes, and then you got to have exemptions at the end of the year in order to get your money back.
Yeah.
That's right.
What's that? Hey guy 1 and 6?
Bag full of holes.
Yeah, we can get that. Yeah, keep going.
It says, the prey departeth not.
Yeah, they're not going to leave. They're going to stay, and we are prey unto this man's system. He's not. Remember the Pharaoh when he sent Aaron and Moses and Aaron, and let my people go. He ain't never letting them go. Hell, they popping up with more parent plan hoods, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, it says the noise of the whip and the noise of the rattling of the wheel.
Go to 4.
Verse 4. It says, because of the multitude of the whoredom.
The multitude of the whoredom. You know how much whoredom is going on in this place? You got Christmas coming up, you know, Thanksgiving, Halloween. And you're going to have that Valentine's Day. And then you're going to buy the woman all the chocolates and the candies. And she's going to be happy. And then guess what? Well, yeah, a day or week even. And next week she cursing you out and she's sleeping with your best friend.
Damn.
You know, she might sleep with your uncle.
Yeah, it's a lot of that.
And then you got the men who are doing that, and they'll go sleep with each other. And a woman think that he's being righteous, and he's giving her candy and chocolates, but he also getting chocolate somewhere else.
Gosh.
You know? God damn.
I got the word for whoredom, right? You got the word whoredom, the practicing of whoring and prostitution, right? But then it also says faithless, unworthy, or idolatrous practices or pursuits.
Go ahead, read it again, brother.
It says faithless, unworthy, or idolatrous practices or pursuits. And that's all these people doing. You know, they practicing idolatry. You know,
Yeah, they idol worship Kanye. I mean, Ye, they call his name Ye there, right? Yeah, all right. That's why I say Ye. He's grabbing a mic. Gosh. yeah.
but yeah, in this Western culture,
Right.
people don't have the mindset to worship the Lord. They'll go over East,
Right.
at least in Russia, they at least some type of Orthodox Christians.
Right.
You know, even though they're not the real Christians, you know, but at least Putin has some type of, you know, belief in something.
Yeah, Russia's more Christian than America.
Yeah.
That's why those missiles is going to fly.
Over here, you can be whatever the heck you want to be, man. This is Babylon the Great, which Babylon means confusion.
You could be a Christian, a pastor,
Right? That you a man of the Lord.
and then you got 10 different churches. You can smell it. A Christian.
Oh, yes, man.
With the stick there, you can smell it. Fucking pastor, man. But you could be a church pastor, right? And you can have one doctrine, and then down the street, they can have 5 more different churches, all in the ghettos, all under Roman Catholicism. And guess what? Nobody's going to say, look, man, like if you had a church, you're supposed to be beefing with other churches. You're supposed to be fighting for the faith. They're like, hey, he's a fellow Christian. I don't care.
Especially since they right down the street from each other. Every time. There's a church upon every corner, goddamn.
And it's all about money. They divine for money.
Mike, the funny part is, they have all these different so-called different churches that has different names, but they don't speak the same shit. All it is because what it is our people like diversity. So if we see something we like, we're going to. If they all have the same names, our people want to go to the same thing.
I don't think we can say about the Catholic and the Christian church.
Well, you know, the Christian church is nothing really no more different than the Catholic church. It's the same shit.
I'm trying to say it's the same thing.
Same thing. Yeah.
They got the pews and all that.
Yeah. Another thing of whoredom is all these women got freaking OnlyFans. You know, all these women got OnlyFans accounts, man. You know, that's whoredom in itself right there. You know, the chick, like this chick right here, to have a freaking OnlyFans testing out voids and stuff.
They're allowed to.
Yeah, it's monetized, you know, and it's sick. You know, and you got the simps that be purchasing that shit, man.
Yeah, let them have it, but they be the ones that be losing out on the end. They be the ones losing out.
They want to be crying, man.
Yeah.
She cheated on me.
And I look at you like, what the hell did you expect in 2022, idiot?
Oh yeah, and you spent all your money
Mark
too.
for 16 years.
16 years. Okay.
You said what?
Paid for 16 years.
Oh yeah, your wife.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
good,
I ain't
man. That's
mad
a
about it.
blessing.
She's my wife, but when you said,
Oh,
yeah.
well, yeah, technically, yeah.
And she a staple man, a good woman. It's a lot of not good women out here. I'm sick of it. One I got is lucky. But it's a lot of people cheating on people and going around and shooting nuts.
Yeah, because let me get this real quick.
And spreading a lot of disease going around, STD,
Syphilis.
That all comes from.
shit now. Like the monkeypox. What the fuck is wrong with the monkeypox?
Yeah, I'll tell you where it's coming from. That's coming from people not obeying the voice of the Lord. See, like let's say you don't even believe in the Bible like that. Let's say that. If you at least follow the laws of the Bible, the dietary laws and everything, how you're supposed to behave and stuff like that, the Bible tells you not to commit adultery.
Hey, my girl believes in the Bible. She
You know,
every night.
and so it tells you how to behave, because you got Christians that come up here and say to us, well, you don't have to, forget about the law. That's the reason why we're in this situation we're in now, because we forgot about the laws of the Most High. So you're telling me I got to forget about the laws of the Creator, the one that created the universe, the earth, at me, right? But I got to remember to keep the laws of the system.
Some people need to wake up and tell this is the real world, the real knowledge and the real truth.
So I got
Because
some.
a lot of people don't want to hear the truth.
Yeah, I got that too. Yep. Oh, you got one too.
It's not
Yeah.
for everybody.
Yeah,
It's not for everybody. It's only for the elect.
yeah.
Yeah, let me get this real quick.
What's that? He said a lot of people don't want to get it.
Right.
It's only for
Even your wife don't necessarily have to get it
Well,
right,
she likes to hear knowledge.
Okay.
She likes the Bible. Stuff like that.
because she's gonna be saved under you if you're the elect anyway.
All right. Well, let me get this real quick.
The Lord is not author confusion. He ain't gonna split you. If you got a wife, he ain't gonna say, "Oh, she's an unbeliever, so I'm gonna kill her and keep you." Y'all one flesh.
Yeah.
So if she's unbelieving, all right, go ahead.
Book of Job, chapter 10, verse 22. It says, "A land."
But Christians don't teach that.
Let me get 21. Get verse 21. It says,
Especially Jehovah's Witnesses. They don't do that.
Oh, Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses, they say you gotta let go of the person that you with.
Well, Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't. I had a conversation with them before. And what they like doing is when you start cutting them, they like switching subjects real fast.
Yeah, I know.
So they told me, right, and quite a few times, that they don't believe that the Most High controls everything. They said, how can he when all this wickedness is going about, right? That's what they say.
Plantationism.
That's exactly what that is. That's plantationism, right? That's exactly, again, that's that free spirit thinking. If everybody had their own mind, why is everybody stuck paying water bills and shit like that, man? Right? Why is everybody stuck complaining? Oh man, I gotta go in here and put my 8 hours in and shit. Why is everybody complaining then, man?
Don't the Lord, that if he made everything good, don't he have the ability to stop that?
Yeah, but you know where that come from? That also go back to slavery.
Yep.
You ever heard the term, "Are you saved? Are you saved?" And the person was like, "No, I'm not saved." Then off with your head. The only what they consider about "Are you saved?" if you follow Christianity and converted. And what they did is said, if you don't follow Christianity, then you're of the devil, and the Lord is not under your protection. So the whole time we was getting lynched, they were blaming it on us not following being Christians. If you convert over to Christians, but then you had the Protestants who just I believe it was the Protestants. You had the evangelicals, but you had the Protestants who said we don't want them to convert. They Canaanites. They're our slaves to do as we will. That was all Christianity. That's why there's no so-called black person, Hispanic person, or anybody who's Israelite should be following Christianity. They said we were cursed black. That's where Joseph, they got that from, what's that name, from the Mormons. The Mormons said that we were cursed black. They said they knew Jesus was so-called black. They said Jesus was cursed black by the Father.
Then they got a cartoon depicting. Saw the little cartoon at the moment.
Yep. If you're an Israelite, right? When the kingdom of heaven comes, you're gonna get that melanin back, man. You ain't gonna be no Israelite with white skin, man.
They just totally reversed Mormons. They totally reversed the truth to a lie. They turned the truth into a lie. Well, they're a lie. The truth is always going to be the truth.
Like them, they lie. They're weak.
Like there, you can see now,
They made the lie.
those are Edomites.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So,
You ain't got to read the spirit on that.
Yeah.
You know,
Like
couple of little conks.
why Donald Trump is here?
Yeah, well, because Donald Trump, these are just the top rulers of the world.
Yeah.
Donald Trump, he's another puppet. He
He's
ain't
another
shit
puppet on the
compared to-
string.
These guys don't care
Bill
about
Gates.
Yeah, Bill Gates, his father was sitting up there with the elites, but everybody would think he came from humble beginnings.
What
They
do
say
you think Donald Trump made that riot with the cop?
Those are Roman. Those are Christian nationalists.
Yeah.
They were Christians. Those are the racist that also stem out of the KKK. They were mad at Trump. I mean, they was mad that Trump was leaving because Trump was supposed to be for the so-called white Protestants or whatever, or evangelicals. I don't know. So they figured if he leaves, then that's why they associated the Democrats with the black people, and they was having a fit with that because they know the Democrats always crash the economy. Barack Obama, when he came in office, they crashed the economy, right? You had all the people had to work furloughs and all that. Biden getting ready to do the same damn thing. They always crash the economy, man.
He got in office, gas was sky high.
Yeah.
Everything was sky high. The
Food,
food,
water bill, electric.
and then they're raising Social Security, right?
Yeah.
They get ready to raise that, so you get a disability check. They're gonna raise it, but if you make a certain amount, they're gonna start taxing the Social Security checks.
So they're trying to get rid of, they're going to get rid of the middle class. So
Yeah. Well, when you look at Social Security, it's an assurance program not even funded by America. Social Security has nothing to do with America. It's over the elites over in Europe, Britain, Europe. When you look at the U.S. Postal Service, it's not even America. America's corporate. Even when you go to the 13 colonies and everything that happened, everybody came and made their stake in their lands. Even these names, the land, like Fells Point, was not even after America. All this stuff was named after other people, and all businesses are stemmed from, like you might see CVS. The CEO of CVS is probably over in Europe some damn way, or Russia. America's just corporate. It's trade, import, export.
It's a big money, bro. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, the Federal Reserve is not even American. American company. It's a private organization ran by the elite.
Basically, America was set up for prison. It's a corporation for business. So when they put us into slavery, what was that about? Business. It was all about money. They went, what's his name? Cristobal Colon went down to Brazil. They had a company called the Indian Company or something like that, and they was doing the harvesting the sugar. Jamaica wasn't Jamaica, it was Jamaica because it didn't have a J at that time. And why they went to Jamaica? Sugar. It was all about that sugar, man, and the oil. Those are big commodities. Sugar. Remember they used to hunt the whales to get the oil? Yeah. That was big business because the Edomites, they had those lamps. They always burned oil to get light. And they like that sugar for bacon and their teas and stuff like that. They had what you call a tea party.
The Tea Party Act.
Well, them white people love their tea and sugar.
I don't like tea.
Nothing wrong with tea.
I like the way I make it. I gotta make it.
Yeah.
That's sugary ass sweet tea, man. That is.
I don't use that.
Don't drink that. I'm talking about
I
that
like
shit,
celebrity.
man.
But those elites, they use the real shit. They're not getting sick off of that stuff.
They're not. And even small amounts too.
Well, they got the real concentrated shit. You don't need a lot. If you look at agave is another sweetener. and it's sweeter than actual sugar. Now they got sweet, low saccharin and all that crap, man.
Splendor.
Yeah,
That's all sugar, alcohol, or aspartame. That stuff really is more worse for you than actually sugar.
I got something real fast.
That when you eat saccharose, Splendor, that promotes free radicals that run through your blood, and it never really releases out of your body. That's why a lot of people get cancer. You see the cancer on the rise? It's not just sucralose, but it's pollution, it's the radiation, it's your cell phone. You know how much radiation we've been bombarded with?
And radiation, and that's unnatural radiation.
Exactly. The radiation is good.
It comes from the sun. We get radiation. Radiation is good. We get radiation from the sun. It's just that.
But they screwing that up.
But then, what the problem? The main problem is we get too much of it now.
Yeah.
And just
how warm is it now? Like,
so
Yeah.
it's warm.
Yeah.
It's got to do with the climate change. All that.
And not to mention all the cars.
Yeah, the
You know how much smoke?
gas and to go up in the air.
Yeah, look how much smoke we ingest.
Yeah, factories and everything. So ultimately, the Lord is the one who really did all this stuff, but He allowed them to do this,
So they could be the devil.
I got this.
They're trying to make everything electric now. They cut down on the gas and the.
They had that. That was the whole plan.
Yeah.
So they could come with the solution.
Yeah.
But guess what? Anything that generates heat generates generates radiation. It does. So even electric, if you put a Geiger counter, you know what a Geiger counter is?
they want to put
The Geiger counter detects how much radiation. Your cell phone has an app with a Geiger counter. You can go to Play Store and you can download the Geiger counter, and it'll really tell you this shit true. Because I put it near my TV. I got a lot of radiation. Do you know about your phone? You really shouldn't lay your phone like on your pillow and stuff when you sleep. It's kicking off radiation. You should put your phone in airplane mode or move it across the room, which I'm sure.
I even heard with the Wi-Fi, turn the Wi-Fi off in the house.
Yeah. Well, you had what you had analog. That's another. This thing go deep, but you had analog, and then you had the different way. You used to have what you call. Now you got RFID, analog, and then back then you had UHF, VHF. If anybody remember that, VHF. It was a different wave signal, right? So now with the analog and everything else, it's all wire related. It's all radioactive.
Same way with the MTAs. Down later road, they're gonna probably start using electric buses.
That's coming.
Yeah.
But you know what? Where are they getting that lithium?
Yeah,
They're going. This is what they're doing. They're going into Africa and paying them Africans. I talked to an African man too. He confirmed it. They're going into Africa. They're paying children to go in caves and get lithium, and they're paying them pennies. Elon Musk. They're paying them pennies, and a lot of them are dying to get that lithium and bring it over here, and they're making tons of money off it. Because I deal with lithium. I got 290 amp hour lithiums, right? That lithium would cost like $600 per lithium battery. They're paying them like $10. That's why we call them the devil. And it's little children, it's little so-called black children dying behind trying to get that. So all your electric cars are being extorted from the devils, making them the wickets, getting in that lithium. They call it blood lithium, by the way.
Well, their day's gonna come. But their day's gonna come.
Just like the diamond. Yeah, that day comes.
Their day's gonna come.
That's actually too. Can I get this question real quick? You brought it up. This is Micah 2:1. It says, "Woe to them that devise iniquity, such as the album was born into." Paying these children $10 just for lithium and bring it over here for $600. That's it. Again, I'm gonna read it again. It says, "Woe to them that devise iniquity." That's an iniquity right there. And work evil upon their beds. When the morning is light, they baptize it because it is in the power of their hand. And they go over to all these other countries to bully them.
Yeah, and pay them cheap.
Yep. They just
that's just wrong.
Because we read the scripture when they like to rob They didn't rob just us, which is the main important thing.
Yeah.
They didn't rob just other countries to rob. They robbed basically the entire world. The only places they have not robbed was 3 places, and that's because they didn't have no military might and they didn't have reasons. 3 places out of the entire world they did not go to.
Well, them foreign lands, they just messed up over there. That's why they trying to come over here.
Like with the oil and the gas from different countries. They always get their gas and oil from wherever the country is they get it from. Iraq. Like, there's war still going on. Is war still going on in Iraq?
No, it just stopped.
Yeah.
But it was going on for 20 years.
Yeah, it's been a while.
And the media,
Trade Center. It's been happening since the Trade Center got
yeah, and the media been hiding it.
And all that money we've been sending over there to help them.
The funny part is, they get the Russians, they get the oil from over there, but Russians in control of it.
Yeah, Russians. Hey, you know the Russians and Koreans, they run together. You know that.
Because I read an article and I did a video of it that Russia had to go find the pipeline for the UK gas. And the UK thought it was just them trying to, because they were going combative with power. But it was just because something was wrong with the pipeline.
Whoever's on that oil line, that gas, they be rich.
So if Russia turns off them pipelines coming to you over here, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, because it's
gonna start a war.
in order to be wealthy, you pretty much have to sell out.
And that's going to start a war.
Of course, it's already
The
started.
Russian, the Korean, and like over there, one country's having a war.
Well, every article that I'm seeing in there, they just talking about World War III. See, back when I was just when I was in school, right? You know, they would say, well, it would be all types of stuff that people would say about World War III, and it already happened, it was not going to happen, and this, that. Everybody was always on the fence. Now it's just out there, you know, saying that we pretty much we've been in it for a while.
What happened with the Jews and the Polish when back in the war?
Right.
My people, you know.
Right. Yeah.
That was wrong. How they kept them in the campsite, torturing them.
Yeah.
You know.
But I got something real quick. It's the book of Job, chapter 21. Like chapter 10, verse 21. All right, because this defines this place, man. All right, it says, "Before I go whence, I shall not return, even to the land of darkness and the shadow of death. A land of darkness is darkness itself, and of the shadow of death, without any order. All right, and where the light is darkness. That's what you see all around us. You know, the light is darkness, right? It's without a land without any order. You see, everybody's out of control. The men, the women, the children. Obviously, if the parents see, the problem is, you know, everybody like blaming the children, right? The children only doing what the parents did, right? Everybody like talking about how good the old generation, the last generation was, which it was better. But in order for it to get to this point, it had to have started from somewhere, which means like the 70s, the 60s, it really almost wasn't no better, right? You see the rap, people was rapping back then, but they're pushing out the same image as they are doing today.
I just want to know more about King David and how he started, how he was involved. I don't know about him.
Yeah, we're getting to that. Yeah.
You want to know about what?
King David. Yeah, you want to get them.
You can just give a you can just give it like a summary. Because there's a lot to go into King David.
You don't have to give us a little bit of it. I just want to know.
So you can go to first, was it Samuel?
I don't know much about it, but
So what specifically do you want to know?
it don't matter to me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you want to go ahead.
You want to know about King David? Let's give you a summary on King David as well. There's a lot. Yeah. You know, y'all get the story about David and Goliath or something? You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
The house of David, which represents the elect. David means to love. You know, David was from the tribe of Judah, a mighty man of the Lord. You know, who the Lord he brought up from a child, he made him a king over Israel. And he done a lot of different things, you know, taking down Goliath.
Only with the, believe it or not,
One rock.
He took him down with a rock, with a stone.
He took 5 rocks, and like a string or something, like a slingshot, pretty much, and he hit him upside the head, the forehead, like the lobe.
Well,
front
David
lobe.
was a king, number one.
That's
Well, you had Samuel. He anointed him to be a king. So
Really,
he was the youngest.
out of Jesse's Saul was the first king of Israel.
Right, no,
But David,
Moses was the first. Yeah, and then it was Saul. And then it was David. You know? Then we go further
then
back.
you go further, but before I'm talking about
when they started lining up the
the
king.
king, that's, you know,
Because actually, it could have been Saul. Because technically, it was Moses, but we say Saul because the people wanted a king, right? They wanted a king like the heathen, and they wanted King David. We can start somewhere. Well, what you do? This is what you do. You go home and you read 1st, 2nd Samuel, and it'll tell you a lot.
They tell you everything about David.
Yeah, because he had a lot of character. You know,
Yeah, ups and downs.
ups and
I
downs.
want to talk about the real Bible, but the new Bible they got, the New Testimony is not the same as the
Yeah, just get
The first-
You just get this. It's the King James.
yeah.
But even something like the one with Hosea,
Because King David was a king, and by the hand of the Lord, but the Lord still punished him. Yeah, the Lord punished King David for committing adultery.
Wow.
He sent one of his men off to war, Uriah, and then the Lord started punishing his line after that. His sons turned against him.
Wow.
You know, Absalom and his sons. It's a whole. We had to give a whole summary.
Yeah, that's
Man, that's something
I'm trying to see where to start at.
That's
Just to
why-
give us this stuff.
it's kind of
he was the youngest out of all his
Jesse's
brothers.
children.
Yeah. And so he grew up at a time where Israel, we was in power. Then he grew up looking up to Saul, and he admired Saul. David had a nice family. His brother Jonathan, Saul's son, he was best friends with King Saul's son, which was Jonathan, and they were friends. They grew up, and then David started being famous to power, started getting recognition when they was in war. He stood up against Goliath, through the power of the Lord.
I found the part where about David and Goliath.
We got to read him something out of there.
Yeah, something. Yeah. I'm gonna start at this is 1 Samuel 17, and I'm gonna start at 20.
And what year was that when King David was a long time ago?
Yeah, around like 900 BC.
Wow,
Around 9.
that's some long years.
1000 to 900 BC, King Solomon, around that time.
Man, that's way years.
Yeah, that was about, we're looking at
It was a long time ago.
yeah, about 4,000 years ago.
When I was in here.
You were here.
Oh, we're reincarnation. Everybody was here.
Ourselves one. Go ahead and read it, brother. Get to the point.
About 3,000 years ago.
This is 1 Samuel 17 and 20. It says, and David rose up early in the morning and left the sheep with a keeper and took and went as Jesse, which I believe is his father, had commanded him. And he came.
Now, when he left from the sheep, if you go into the story now, we're just coming in, it just comes back in. The Lord delivered him out of the hands of what it was, a bear or lion.
Bear, a lion.
Yeah.
And a bear.
So David had spiritual power as a young man. He was a mighty man. He slayed a lot of men. He was serious. Like you see in the video games when they jump up with the sword and start spinning around.
Like the Coliseum in Italy or Rome. They used to fight the lion.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's still there. I like to go there and visit that. You know,
Yeah, that'd be nice.
yeah, I would love to go there. And just
You
that-
might get a memory back if you slaying some Edomites.
Well, the modern day Coliseum is
That stadium down
the
the
stadium.
Yeah.
It's all wrong.
Same.
It's wrong.
So basically, King David was a sincere man that the Lord had brought up, you know, throughout all the trials and tribulations that he went through. You know what I'm saying? But he was also a man of war. Put a lot of people to death like that.
He traded God.
He said what?
He traded God.
No, he didn't betray God.
Who tell David?
Yeah, King David never betrayed God.
Actually, you can say he did. In a sense, he said, when he sinned, remember what he did with Uriah? Committed adultery.
Yeah,
And then
he committed adultery. You know, he did. But he never went against the Lord. You know, he never hated the Lord or anything like that.
But the Lord, well, sin is transgression of the law.
That's some deep stuff.
Yeah, and what he did is, we got to make it, you know, we got to keep it on point, perspective.
Yeah.
When you do against the Lord and you break his laws, you still sin against the Lord. Yeah, in a sense.
Yeah, that's still.
He didn't willingly. What you're saying, I know what you're saying, Thomas. Well, he didn't willingly sin against the Lord. He just didn't willingly say, "I'm going to sin on the Lord. I don't believe in that God." But he did.
That's like Saul did that.
Saul did that.
Yeah, Saul
did that. So the Lord was just showing that when kings were set up on earth, because our people wanted kings to rule over them. So what the Lord did is allow them to have kings. King Saul, who went off. King David, who went off. King Solomon, who went off.
Yeah.
All the kings pretty much went off.
I tell you,
Because the Lord said, I am the Lord your God.
Yep. I'll tell you something about Saul too, though. Yep. You know, Saul, when you read this, well, like I said, go home, read 1st and 2nd Samuel. When you all throughout the Bible, when they talk about Saul and David, Saul continuously wanted to kill David. You know, but it was like every time the Lord intervened, because it ain't that Saul really wanted to kill David. We all understand that the Lord controls man's going. So, that's why I said in the scripture, it was an evil spirit put on Saul. It ain't that he wanted to, because Saul still had love for David. That's why every time he even got close to David, it was like he broke down crying. It's like, what in the world was I doing? So then every time he went back home, he would get these demonic thoughts in his head, like, man, I want to kill him. But at the same time, David could have got rid of him. But David still referenced Saul as the Lord's anointed, because even though Saul went off, there is a reason why the Lord put Saul in power. There is a reason for that. Even though, you know, the Lord caused Saul to go off, there is a reason for that. And David still referenced that. And it's the same thing we're doing today. There is a reason why the Lord put these wicked ass motherfuckers in power, man. And we have to abide by the law of this society to a degree, right? So, for example, you know, a squad of police come up and tell us, look, man, y'all gotta move. They will just move because we understand this ain't our corner. We don't give a shit. We'll just go somewhere else. No problem, right? Or don't steal cars, which that should be common sense any goddamn. You know. Okay, yeah, you got it. Yeah, you did that. You asked for it. Yeah.
So actually, I'm gonna jump down to 32. I'm gonna jump down to 32. Okay. Verse 32. It says, and David said to Saul, "Let no man's heart fail because of him." Speaking of going against Goliath, thy servant will go and fight with this Philistine, because Goliath was huge. He was like, I think they said it was like 10 or 11 feet, something like that.
It was something cubits.
Yeah,
It was pretty tall. It might have been 20 feet.
right. So he
Yeah, he was a giant.
mind you,
That's why his name was Goliath.
yep, mind you, David. David's a child. He's still a child, technically.
You know what? That's where they get
20 feet?
Yeah.
I mean, he could have been up there. He was. I can't remember.
Talking about the cubic is like, I think it was like around like 9, 10 feet. You know?
He was up there, like 10. Like
Yeah,
it's
that's like
possible because you got NBA players almost 8 feet tall. You got NBA players that was almost 8 feet tall.
Yeah.
Taco Falls. That dude's like 7'6". So he's only 3 inches from 8 feet. So it's really conceivable. And remember, the Lord took our height. We was never this short. The Lord took our stature. When you go downtown, right? You go into those courthouses. You don't see no regular door size buildings. I mean, you don't see the regular ceilings or the door heights. They real tall, right?
Yeah.
Because those blueprints came from us. We were real effing tall. You weren't walking around like to be 7 feet. It was a normal height, 7'5". That was normal height. And the Egyptians, like Goliath, was even taller. If you go into like Sudan right now, their average height, even for women, is like 6 feet. Right? The men average height is 6'9". So that's those Egyptians. So
600.
right when the Lord took our statue.
Yeah, dude, over time.
You probably northern tribe or something.
Yeah, everybody's short now.
Like I'm short. I sort of have long legs. I got short legs.
Yeah, but everybody's short. All of us supposed to be taller. Like, because they came from these guys coming in power, and like those I like calling them jump seats. That's what they are, man. I'm talking about the jump shots, right? You know, because it's a seat of fucking, man. That's all it is.
And the Lord not only took our height, He took our age.
Yep.
We live longer too.
So you notice when you come out, they got to shoot you up with a bunch of stuff. That stunts your growth as well. And that's why we're all just short, and the Lord said it's going to happen. Yep. I know you wanted to keep the team.
Go ahead, brother. It says, verse 33, it says, and Saul said to David, thou art not able to stand against this Philistine to fight with him, for thou art but a youth, and he a man of war from his youth.
Yeah.
And David said to Saul, thy servant kept his father's sheep, and there came a lion and a bear, and took a lamb out of the flock. And I went out after him and smote him and delivered it out of his mouth.
Oh yeah, that's what we just said.
Yep.
Imagine that.
A young man doing that.
Fighting and killing the bear and the lion. The brother Yahakarab, the hopefully elect 4. He said 9'1", 9.5 feet tall.
Okay.
No, 9.5.
Yeah. He's a
Well,
giant. He was a giant. You know.
It makes sense because you got some people almost 8 feet now.
Yep.
He was a warrior or something?
Yeah, Lion was a warrior.
Yeah.
He had to look scary too.
Oh, I wasn't someone.
That dude
Ain't
was a
nobody
champion
wanted to
there.
fight.
Yeah.
The whole army was just like,
And he probably was a little bit taller than that, man. He probably was close to 10 feet.
And then the stuff that he wore, they explained
The
it.
armor?
Yeah, they
The
explained
armor,
it. It's said, go ahead.
If you ever look at a basketball court, no, you'll see it's 10 feet tall.
Yeah.
That dude was about that
About
damn
that.
tall.
And the armor he had on too and all that.
It's the Ray said. Yep, go ahead.
Go ahead, read.
The Ray said.
No, I'm saying I was looking for it.
Okay.
Before that.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
just keep
it's all right. Yeah, it's all right.
So I wanted to jump down to 38. It says, and Saul armed David with his armor, and he put a helmet of brass upon his head. Also, he armed him with a coat of mail, which is
really
chain.
loud.
And David girded his sword upon his armor, and he essayed.
Just say it the best.
God, it's essayed to go.
I said. What is how it spelled?
ASSAYED.
A-S-S-A-Y.
Saying.
Yeah, say.
Yeah.
For he.
A saying.
Okay, so it is.
That's it. They're English.
Yeah.
For he had not proved it. And David said unto Saul, I cannot go with thee, for I have not proved it. And David put them off him.
Yeah, he tried to give us some. Yeah, he tried to give us some armor, and we couldn't fit it. He ain't know how to. King David didn't know how to work that armor that they tried to give him.
And he says, and he took his staff in his hand and chose him 5 smooth stones out of the brook. 5 stones. And put them in a shepherd's bag, which he had, even in a spread.
So David, the reason why David slew that lion, you got to go into the story of it. That's why the Lord prepped him and let him slew the bear and the lion. So that's going to say, I ain't fearing a damn thing. I'm good. I say the bear and the lion, I got no problem with this big 10-foot tall, 9-foot tall freak.
And he saved the sheep, but the lion was trying to take
Yep.
the sheep.
That's right.
Like the military, the little boys had to go fight the
That's where they got that from.
Yeah.
I didn't even think
So
about that.
another thing with King David, that you just made a good point. He was the keeper of the sheep. You know, and when you look at when the Lord came on the scene, what they called Jesus, you say he came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. You know what I'm saying? So King David is a mighty man, not only in war, but the fact that he's a leader over the sheep. You know what I'm saying? We're like the sheep, you know?
Saving the sheep.
All right, go ahead.
Also, I found the part where it was explaining Goliath. This is 1 Samuel 17, verse, I would say 3. It says, and Philistines stood on a mountain on the one side, and Israel stood on the mountain on the other side. And there was a valley between them. And there went out a champion out of the camp of the Philistines named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. And he had a helmet of brass upon his head, and he was armed with a coat of mail, and the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of brass.
So that tells you he wasn't just tall and skinny.
Wow.
This is a big, tall.
Big arms.
That's
Big arms.
Woo!
Yeah.
Big arms.
That's the beast. Brass, brass.
And he just using that as his armor.
Right.
That's probably like
He
the
was a
height.
warrior too, right?
Yeah,
He had to fight
You know,
battles.
he had spikes in his, you know, just
Like
cement.
golden, like golden.
That dude probably pick up the front of a goddamn car, man.
But he probably
Yeah,
picked
they say
the
that.
whole car.
5,000 shekels is about 121 pounds.
For a helmet.
Wow.
Damn, that's crazy.
No, that's not-
We put that on our head. Our head be like,
Oh, no, that's
It might broke his
that's
neck.
oh, for his chest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means
Yeah, he had a certain amount for the helmet too.
Yeah.
It
And
didn't
the
explain
leg
in there,
guards.
but I'm sure it was. I'm pretty
Hey,
sure.
did. We read it.
You know them helmets? They weigh a little bit any damn way.
Yeah.
Like even football helmets, they weigh a little bit.
Yeah.
So you gotta know if his armor was like that.
That's where they
you gotta
get it
know-
from.
you
He
gotta
might
know
have
his helmet.
he might have a big huge head too.
Yeah, but that's where they get it in football.
Yeah.
Where the shoulder, the
Yeah.
breastplates, and all that.
And the face all down. all
Yeah, that
down.
came from the ancient times.
And his arms made out of gold, you know.
Even still, 120 pounds.
That's
Whereas
That's heavy.
our garments don't wear what?
I wouldn't have fooled him.
That goes to show you the Lord has chosen the weak to confound the wise. So like the Lord will make big, great things, but with his power, he defies the laws of physics with other people less
I
that
guess
you
that
would
was
think.
his protector. King David's protector.
Right.
Esau tries to figure the Lord out.
It did say something about his helmet too.
No, it just said what it was made of. It never
Oh,
explained.
did it?
It says, and he had a helmet of brass upon his head, and he was armed with a coat of mail.
Helmet of brass suit, man.
Wow.
Yeah,
man, that's-
he had a
Yeah, that's heavy.
greaves.
You picked that one right here, her neck go up.
He had a greaves. He had greaves of
Go
brass.
back up to the shekels.
I'd be like
I mean, the
this.
shekels of
That was
his
a lot of weight.
God.
He had big both shoulders and
He was a big dude.
big strong. His hands power huge.
Who was going to stop him? Like,
Nah.
Shaq wouldn't have had a chance.
Oh man,
I
Shaq
bet
would
his
get
hands.
folded.
I bet his hands was big as that car.
You know, it gets worse from there. Hold on, I'm rereading it. It says, and he had a helmet of brass upon his head, and he was armed with a coat of mail, which is his armor, and the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of brass.
Wow.
How much is that?
121 pounds.
Right, it gets worse. He had greaves of brass upon his legs, and a target of brass between his shoulders.
Wow.
And the staff of his spear was like weaver's beam, and his spear's head weighed 600 shekels of iron,
Man, that's a lot of.
and one bearing shield.
That's a lot of weight.
So who was going to stop him?
Nobody. I want
When you
to,
keep reading that story,
but I won't be able to stop him.
The numbers.
He's going like this.
You're talking about a speed that weighs a hell of a lot.
and then when it came to it, Saul was like, You know, Saul was even became a coward over there because Saul was scared of. Everybody was scared to fight him.
Actually, reach further to it.
Go ahead.
God. It says, this is verse 8. It says, and he stood and cried unto the armies of Israel and said unto them, why are ye come out to set your battle in array? Am I not a Philistine, and ye servants of Saul? Choose you a man for you, and let him come down to me.
Pretty much saying, come out, you cowards, come on out.
So David,
He was mocking them, man.
Goliath was talking. Yeah, like, come on, come out.
He was mocking.
And then he looking at David like, you ain't nothing.
You know what? I don't know if y'all seen the new Avengers and stuff like that.
No, I don't.
They had Hulk in the stadiums now. Like he was dressed up as a warrior. That's probably where they got that from.
Yeah,
All that come from the Bible.
He looked at me.
Oh, you talking about the big guy that played the Avengers?
Yeah.
Oh, the armor, yeah, with the thing on his arm.
Hulk. You talking about Hulk?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna jump down to
But
24.
he ain't no better than one that's in the Bible.
It says, and all the men of Israel, when they saw the man, fled from him and were so afraid.
They ran from him.
They ran from
I would have ran from him. All that armor, you could just whack.
And mind you, back then, all of us were so much stronger than what we are now. So to see something like that, imagine if we seen that today.
Oh my God.
You know, he came time travel from the future. Imagine if we seen that, then now everybody got guns, so they just shoot him or whatever. You know, but imagine that though.
You got the armor on, right?
Now we want to jump back to David, right? We want to jump back to David. This is verse 48. It says, and it came to pass, remember when he said he had 5 rocks in the house, right? And it came to pass,
Oh, yeah. Wow. That's real.
something like that.
Yep.
oh yeah, yeah.
He probably didn't have the horns and all that, the spicy.
He might have showed that to the family. He might have. They, you know, we.
I know he had a big long knife too, a
It's
sword.
to pick it up.
I know he had to have a big sword. I know he got to have a big sword.
No, he had a big spear.
Oh, he had a spear.
Spear that weighed over 600 pounds.
Probably looked at a little similar to
Yeah.
that.
600 shekels burned.
Yeah.
Wow. I bet it was a long spear too.
Oh yeah.
I bet it was the same height as the spear was.
But yeah, it picked up.
It would have to, yeah. In order for that spear to fit him.
You know?
Yeah, it had to.
But going back to David, in this verse 48, it says, and it came to pass when the Philistines arose and came and drew nigh to meet David, that David hasted and ran toward the army to meet the Philistines. And David put his hand in his bag and took thence a stone and sling it, and it smote the Philistine in his forehead.
Now, at that time before that, everybody was scared. And even Saul, he said, all right, you know, he was willing to sacrifice David. But he believed that he had to believe David had the spiritual power. Well, what happened, basically what it was is David had spiritual power.
Okay,
This man had spiritual power from the Lord.
That was like a gun. That's probably like a gun.
It was like a gun. He had the force of it.
Crack in the forehead.
Said what now?
First Samuel 17:45.
Oh, did I come with the spear?
Yeah.
You come with the sword and the shield. I come with the name of the Lord. Yeah.
I can do that. I can do that.
I ain't gonna lie, that son beaming today.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can feel that energy.
And I got a precept after that.
Yeah.
This is verse 45. It says,
That's-
then said David to the Philistine, thou comest to me with a sword and with a spear
This is what we say when people come up to us with guns and stuff. Go ahead.
and with a shield. But I come to thee in the name of the Lord of hosts.
So the Most High is different. He doesn't think in the world the way this world thinks. This world thinks of the carnal, right? So if this world, guy come up to you with a bazooka cannon, there's no match for this power of the Lord. Right. The Lord will have that cannon blow up in his damn face, right, or have us catch the damn missile and throw it back at him and shit. And that's the spiritual power that's going to come. Now you got the woman doing what Jake did.
That's a show. It's just money spent on something.
You know, they in the world. You gotta let them. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, no, I really like it.
You know, but that's how people don't do right. You know, everything what Goliath had, all that armor, being trained up to fight, since birth. None of that mattered to the Lord. That's what the elder was going into. Who? He didn't live not too long after David done hit him with that
get
stone.
it. Keep reading.
He took that warrior down with a stone?
Yeah, read it. Read that part again.
That's what I was trying to figure out. He took that big warrior down with a stone?
Yeah. So who's a Christian? We're talking about the Bible. Are you Jewish, sir?
Oh, okay. You look like it.
Are you? Are you? No.
I don't look at people and say you're like that.
He didn't say that. He said, "Are you?" It was just a simple question. You can come up and say, "Hey, are y'all Christian Israelites? What are y'all?" There's nothing wrong with that. No, he's just asking your religion. When does that become a problem? When does that become a problem to ask somebody their religion?
People are just
You know that is a
sensitive, man.
problem. Yes, you did. You shouldn't ask this and that. See, that's what the white man does. That's what the devil does. And he did trickery.
It's a simple question. See, that's what happens. It's very feminine in society. That's just soft. You can't even ask people a simple question without them being so.
I thought they believed in what they believe. Now you want to say
When his asking questions became a crime. You know what, man? We ain't going. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Fuck that, man. This is first Samuel.
Don't you drive that Toyota down the street? Why are you asking me if I drive my Toyota? Shut the hell up.
He tell you to snap the shout.
Take off that Barney sweater.
Damn. Tell us not to shout, man.
Who the hell is about that? What nationality? When they
So your people, malfunction brains are not up there today.
you can't see.
Like,
That's why in the world, man, it's best you just separate yourself.
Yeah, you can't deal with that.
You can't even say exactly. You can't even look. And you go into the store. You go in the store, right? You can't even greet nobody.
No.
They look at you immediately like, "What the hell wrong with you?"
But it's all love.
Okay,
But everybody loves everybody, right?
That's
Get the
bullshit,
hell
man.
out of here. Don't nobody love everybody, man.
and see, this is why the Lord is separating us, and that's why we're going into that
He
because
was
what
wicked
did
like them.
what did it just say? It said, "Though you come to me with a," they got militaries. What we got the word of the Lord. David was only one man, and as he was getting ready to read, right? As he was getting ready to read, he cast one stone and struck it, and you knew he had to be strong to do that, right? I'm gonna go further into it. It says, and David put his hand in his bag, he took thence a stone and smacked it, and smote the Philistine in his forehead, right? That the stone sunk into his forehead, and he fell upon his face on the earth, equivalent to a bullet. So it was like he was a walking gun, pretty much. You know, don't get. If you go football at you, that shit might go through you.
Is that strong?
Yeah, he had power. Yes, spiritual power.
Mind you, he wasn't
And he
even
took that big warrior down.
He was like, if you want to think about it, he was like one of the first guns out then, man. You know, he's not even king yet, and he's still a child. And that
He
was
was so strong.
today's society is still a child.
And he took that big man foot warrior down.
Yeah.
That one
By himself.
So the Lord's making an example of how we're going to take this whole system down.
Now, when you look at Joshua, the book of Joshua, Joshua took down 31 kings. 31 kings. I'm talking about armies of hundreds of thousands, right? 31. It mentioned 30 in the Bible. The 31st one isn't really mentioned, but 31. And he had Joshua, I think, had about maybe like 600,000. 600,000 men. That's it. Versus how many kings? 31.
I see something, but I ain't never seen something like that before.
So,
Yeah. Circus today.
it's a circus today. So the Lord is only dealing with a small number.
Yeah, I remember that. And the Lord got that spiritual. That's when he stopped the sun and all that.
Yeah. When he was running around, I think it was Jericho. Right?
They're Jericho.
Yeah. That was only one of them.
So the Lord, we always was undernumbered, underpowered. But the Lord is always, let's get this. 1 Corinthians 1:27. It says, but God had chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise. And God has chosen the weak things of the world to confound things which are mighty. He's quoting out of the Old Testament.
Wow.
This is Apostle Paul quoting that.
Well, I love to say good Lord, but time to
All right. He came and got the word.
Up there for like an hour or two.
Yeah.
Something like that.
all right.
He came and got the word.
All right, man.
All right. All
I'll
right.
see y'all next Saturday.
Yeah.
I go home and tell my girl the knowledge I got there.
Yeah. He said, I know about King David.
Yeah.
But you know what? The way you get it for
I'm
yourself,
gonna read more about that.
you got to read it.
I like that.
More into detail when you
Yeah.
read the whole thing.
I just like the boy he said he's looking down on a stone.
Yeah,
That's something you don't forget.
Yeah,
They put it on board.
and he's a big.
They do that, yeah.
This is the
Commentary.
audio.
Yeah, while you at work, you can put the headphone in
Yeah,
and
but
get the Bible audio.
I can't be on no. Yeah.
I mean, when you security, you can put that one ear plug in the ear. Oh, yes, Chuck. I got it under control. And then hit the button.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. All right, y'all.
Oh, we go back to
All right,
King David.
all right, see y'all
All right, man.
later.
Take care, man. Yeah, that was another cat, man. That automatically called him an Edomite. Get Daniel 12 and 10 real quick.
You know, I mentioned
Daniel 12 and 10.
I mentioned Goliath, David and Goliath, when that Jake was up here, you know, where he asked, where's your phylacteries at, man?
Oh, yeah.
He had a problem with 5 against 1. I'm like, so what about David and Goliath? Where's your faith at, nigga?
Yeah, he said, it's 5 of y'all against one of us. Well, we ain't 5, we won. Where you get that from?
I mean, what the hell did you expect? You came up here to a group that we all going to say the same thing. So what do you? Well, if you thought about that, why the hell did you stop up? You should have just kept walking.
I want to hear your opinion. I want to hear your opinion. I want to hear your opinion.
Tell everybody. I know you had a scripture to play. I'm trying to, stay in a rhythm of scripture.
Go ahead, talk. You want 5 and 10 or not 10? What's that?
For Daniel?
12 and 10.
12 and 10, yep.
This is Daniel 12 and 10. It says, many shall be purified and made white and tried, for the wicked shall do wickedly, and none of the wicked shall understand.
Can you actually go back and forth? Because that right there, what you just read, ties into the title. But it ties right in with that.
This is Daniel 12 and 4. It says, but thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased.
Now, 2 scriptures come to my mind when I hear it. Amos 8 and Matthew 13, when it said you pretty much the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven was given to you, right? And it said what again? It said shut up the words of the book, right? Don't actually read that again, Talaka.
It says, but thou, O Daniel, shut up the words shut up the words and seal the book.
Right. Shut up the words and seal the book. The book. Right, go ahead.
Even to the end of the time, I read that wrong. Even to the time of the end, many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall be increased.
Right, you're going to run to and fro, and knowledge is going to be increased. Right? Knowledge is going to be increased, and that's why you have, the Kanye's, saying what they're saying. And honestly, it's 2 ways you can look at that, man. One of the ways is it's kind of like how Kevin Samuels was. One of the ways is a door of mercy, right, for you Israelites, because somebody out there more than likely is going to look at that and it's going to start thinking now, and it's like, damn, I heard that before. Now he's saying it. Okay, something's going on, man. Now I gotta look more into it, right? Or there's another way is hey man, he's just saying it just to say it, man. But hey man, there's a reason for everything, right? So it said knowledge is going to be increased, and that goes into you can go back to Daniel 12 and 10 because it goes right into that.
It's Daniel 12 and 10. It says, many shall be purified and made right and tried, but the wicked shall do wickedly.
Yeah, purified and made white. That's why we consider ourselves the real so-called white people. I'm talking about us. I'm talking about the Israelites. I'm not talking about the average Jake. No, because they are still considered black.
All right, because they're not purified. That's why I said purified and made white. Why in the world? What does purification have anything to do with white? Right? This is why Edomites gave themselves white and gave us black. This is why Halloween, one of the main colors, which is coming up in I guess in a few days or whatever, one of the main colors of Halloween is black. But wait a minute, well, why are we calling ourselves black? Right? This is why you're going to be made pure. When you come to this thing, you're purified and made white.
That's what I was telling the brother. You know, when somebody asks how you doing, they say I'm getting purified. You know, you're getting those impurities out of us. You know, and continuing to cling on to the Lord. You know, no matter what you go through, whether it's good or bad. You know, you want to be like gold. You know, get those impurities out of you. White is pure.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah, white just means purity. That's all it means. You know, that's all it means.
Sometimes black means the negative too, like what it say in the Bible. Basically, Judah mourning they are black unto the ground.
Yeah, it's that countenance.
That countenance.
You know, it's the state of mind.
You know, it's kind of twofold though, because when we get sick, we get that pale, darker look.
Yeah.
You don't see I need to see an Edomite get turned black when they get sick.
They start turning green, purple, light blue.
I need to see that.
I see blue, but they get sick.
That's one of the Most High's other miracles.
With the so none of the wicked shall understand, right? It's because they for one they fail at the very first commandment. You know, loving the Lord with all thy strength, all thy might. You know, these people out here fail at that every day. You got Israelites that fail at that. You know, because they don't understand that it's the Lord that you got to give the glory to. You know, every day you wake up, you should be always thinking about this, Yahweh Shemel Shah, man. You know, these people don't be thinking about it. What they thinking about? Getting some money, right? Trying to get something to keep their stuff going. You know, these people don't think about the Lord whatsoever. You're supposed to always think about the Lord, man. Always. This truth does something to you, man, and it makes you passionate, man. You know?
Yeah, because else you want to be stuck eating crabs and shrimp. There was this video, Elder, but not the top bar had done it. It was kind of being a thought was kind of
man.
They this ugly so-called Negro woman, man. You know, sitting up there, they her and I guess that was her daughter. You know, they showing that they had a cat. They was eating cat. You know, they had the cat in the seat, and she was pulling out the fat and everything, and it's like. You know, like it was a piece of chicken. You know, it was skinned like a piece of chicken. It didn't have meat or nothing. You know, but it was cut down the middle of skin. And you know, she was pulling out the fat. And there was the other woman in there. She's like, man, I know y'all ain't up here eating no cat. Man, I gotta get the hell up out of here. And he said, man, look at that mouth, man. He said, last time I seen a mouth like that, it had a hook in it. That's the way he say shit, man. You know, he got that country shit. You know, that down south accent. She said, man, goddamn, man, look at that. Because he had his ugly ass mouth, man. Like, that's what made me laugh at it. Because it's like, goddamn, man, look at that goddamn mouth.
Yeah, because they're witches.
They're witches. And
that's all that is.
And that's the shit that you want to do when you're not referencing the Lord. Yahweh Shemel Shah. There was another clip on there when a guy it was a bunch of like had been like 1,000 baby crabs crawling around in a little thing, yeah. And he had noodles on top of them. They was alive too, and he was just picking them out, eating them and shit. You know, that's the wickedness that we deal with in this society, man. Then you wonder why all those crabs that was in there, man, they could be in the ocean cleaning shit up.
Yeah, right? But the reason why they do that stuff, when the media came on, the media goes back to sources. So when they came on, everybody wanted to they do incredible things to get numbers. So people will use the media to break every law and commandment against the Bible. You know, just so they could be seen.
Especially the woman sitting there eating the crab, lollygagging, eating the pork and all that. You get that, it makes you mad. You know?
You talking about the video of the woman I did?
Yeah, when they just
When she said, I was in a cult.
yeah.
She had all the vulnerable shit there.
Yeah. That means she knew she was fully conscious of what she was doing. Just to try to come back at the Israelites. Like, yeah, fuck. Okay. All right. You know, because you don't already mark yourself. Then people wonder why they have high blood pressure and all these other problems. Then wonder why you gotta rely on the goddamn fuck semen.
What's that scripture that said the Lord said I was not punished?
Hosea.
Yeah, get that. Because that's very relevant.
Because we understand how someone can live a life not caring about the Lord, you know, not knowing about it, you know. We understand it because we used to do that before we came into it, you know. But we don't understand that going back into the world because we never did that, you know. we don't understand that.
But we didn't hear the word either.
Yeah, we never heard the word before, you know. So it resonated with us. But when you understand it now, you think, what the heck was I thinking before? You know, what the hell? You know, because we could have been, we were those people that was dipping the crabs in the butter. You know, you ordering the bushels of crabs and the shrimp. You know, and then you don't know no better, right? That stuff tastes good to you, right? It tastes good. The sin that these people do, they gotta be good. That's why they're doing it. You know? Or else you wouldn't do it. If the crabs didn't taste good, you wouldn't eat it.
Some classmates said, the teacher was talking about how crabs really shouldn't be eating that. You know, that's why people dying. This
Right.
student types in the chat, well, I don't care if it's unhealthy. It tastes good.
Yeah. Adultery. Adultery has to feel freaking good, or else you wouldn't do it. You know?
I got that nothing inside sewn up.
You got some niggas just like it. Some nigga, you have a girl, you know, and that's why you gotta watch who you bring your girl around. You know what I'm saying? Watch who you allow in your house. You know, there's a nigga coming to your house or look at your girl, and they immediately be thinking, "Oh, damn, right, she's kind of thick. She look good. You know, I want this." Or they'll steal some stuff from you. You know, because they don't got the mindset to worship the Lord. Y'all got it.
Yeah. A long time ago, the last time I ate a crab or something, crab meat or whatever, I had a real terrible headache. You know, but that was through the spirit that I'm thinking about it. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
This is Psalm 10:4. It says, "The wicked, through the pride of his countenance, will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts." And that's these people when they walk by every day. The Lord ain't in their thoughts. You know. I also got this. It's two examples from what the brother had brought out earlier about the Jehovah's Witnesses saying that the Lord don't control the bad out here, right? So he only controls the good. This is you got it. Go ahead real quick. Okay. Salaki. This is Numbers 20 and 1, because it's dangerous to think that, you know, that the Lord don't control everything. It's dangerous, right? Or that you control whatever.
Yeah, you take the credit away from the Lord, man.
Yeah. There's Numbers 20 and 1. It says, "Then came the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, into the desert of Zin in the first month, and the people abode in Kadesh. And Miriam died there and was buried there, and there was no water for the congregation. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people choked with Moses and spake, saying, With God that we had died when our brethren died before the Lord." So they was pretty much asking for water, right? So it says, and the Lord, jump to 7. It says, "And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Take the rod and gather thou the assembly together, thou and Aaron thy brother, and speak ye unto the rock before their eyes, and it shall bring forth this water. And thou shalt bring forth to them water out of the rock. So thou shalt give the congregation and their beasts drink. And Moses took the rod from before the Lord, and it says, and she commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered the congregation together before the rock and said unto them, Hear now, you rebels, must we fetch you water out of this rock? And Moses lifted up his hand, and with his rod he smote the rock twice, and water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank, and their beasts also. And so pretty much you go into it, because Moses had struck the rock, he didn't give credit unto the Lord. So the Lord, you know, he said that he about to enter into the promised land, you know. So it's a dangerous thing to say that the Lord don't control good and evil. He don't control everything. You got to get loyal.
He didn't make it. Remember the one we was reading, the gate with the Ark of the Covenant? Yeah. And it started to fall over.
Oh, yeah.
And he put his hand on it and grabbed it. And
he got struck.
The Most High struck him down.
Just like that.
Many examples.
Pretty enough after he fixed it.
Yeah. Pulled up and everything. Okay. That also goes to David. He was born into David.
Yeah, that's right.
The stuff when he did what he did and committed adultery. Was it Nathan? Came to David and said, "You and basically your family gonna be cursed."
Right.
And he went on years, had children, and then all of a sudden his own son looking at his sister, and then lay with her.
Oh, Amnon.
Amnon.
Yeah, Amnon.
Lay with
Tamar.
Yeah, and then his other son got mad at him for doing it. Absalom got mad. Amnon, and killed him. He killed Amnon, and then David got mad at him for killing Amnon. And he got mad about it.
Joab ended up killing Absalom.
Yep. He got caught.
Yeah, ended up getting Joab caught up too. Because Joab ended up dying with King Solomon. And King David said, hold him accountable for that.
Yep. You know, they got him later. But Joab, you could say he killed him, but it said he hit him with the 3 darts. But then the other men came and stabbed him up.
Yep.
But he led in that.
Right.
He put his first hand to the slaughter.
Yep.
Right? So we can clearly see all the negative things that happened to the children of Israel, the Lord done it. Look at the scripture that was talking about the Lord done it. But now you might ask, according to the Old Testament, the Lord was that hard. Why is he doing it now? Why now that he don't strike us dead? First of all, we didn't come up in the truth. And number 2, we're going to show you why. Go ahead and read that.
Yeah. All right. So this is Hosea. I'm gonna jump a little bit. So when you read the book of Hosea, right, from the very first, when you read the book of Hosea and his family is a representative of Israel's relationship with the Lord. You know how the Lord despises, how the Lord, how Israel went off against the Lord. All right. So you have Hosea, all right, chapter 1, all right, verse 2. It says, the beginning of the word of the Lord by Hosea, and the Lord said to Hosea, go and take unto thee, go and take unto thee a wife of whoredoms and children of whoredoms. That was the start. It says, for the land have committed great whoredoms, all right, departing from the Lord. All right, so it says, he went and took Gomer. All right, Gomer means complete. Now, Gomer is Hosea's unfaithful wife. We have been unfaithful to the Lord.
Yep.
Right? Now, down here,
if I can get this again, I got the word for whoredom again.
Right, go ahead.
It said faithless, unworthy, or idolatrous practices or pursuit.
Right. So when you read up on Gomer, it always mentions Gomer being the unfaithful wife of Hosea. Right. Now he had a couple other children. I'm gonna get to the main point. All right. Verse 6. And she conceived again and bare a daughter. All right. And the Most High said to him, call her name Loruhamah. Loruhamah means no mercy.
Right. Okay.
Right.
All right.
Yep. Now we're going down. Yep. Now we're going on down to verse 8.
Now, when she had weaned Lo-Ruhamah, she conceived to bear a son. I believe it's the second son. All right. It says, the Most High. Then said the Most High, call his name Lo-Ami. Lo-Ami means not my people. You know. So now we're going up, because that breaks down all of Hosea, right? So now we're going up to chapter 4, verse 14. It says, I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom. Oh, read that part again. It says, I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom. Meaning he won't correct them. Nor your spouses when they commit adultery. Right. For themselves are separated. Right. With whores. Right. All right. And they sacrifice with harlots. Therefore, the people that do not understand shall fall. Right. And that's why, that's why I like going to the first one, because it breaks it down. It said, Lo-Ruhamah, no mercy. Lo-Ami, not my people. Right? They're not even considered. The Lord chastised who he loves. And eventually, all of the Israelites will be chastised by what? With fire. But this is talking about like individual punishment, like if we went off, like people walk on get you for it.
Right? It's a wonder that these people ain't just get put to death right on the spot.
Yeah, but what happens when you get cancer and you don't kill the cancer? It spreads. So the Lord wanted our people to go into captivity. Yeah. They say, you want to worship other gods? There you go. And that explains why Gomer means to flee. And he had Jezreel too. I can't remember what. Yeah, Jezreel. I can't remember what that was his first son before he even had the I can't exactly remember what that said, but that explains why Gomer means to flee, because the Lord wanted, us. The Lord wanted that to happen.
Ain't that the name of the city?
Jezreel?
No, Gomer.
Gomer? I believe so. Yeah, but it was named after. But it was after people. Yeah, it was all. Yeah, everything is after. It was after people. Yeah.
Jezreel.
Something like that. Yeah, I think so. It means seed of Israel, I think. Yeah. Some of that. Yeah, so go ahead, bro.
I was so the lands are named
God's souls. That's what
after the people. Yeah, we're going into what we, that's just that little point. That's why we call ourselves Hebrew Israelites. That's the actual name of a person, but they call them black or name us after land. Which that ain't right.
Yeah. Now, this is where the Christians get funny. We waiting on the Christians. They'll say before Jacob, then that means Abraham and Isaac would have been heathens. They weren't Israelites, and they actually were. They just want to be called Israelites. Just like the law. The reason why Moses brought the law, because what? The people needed the law because they was going off. But before the law was written in stone, it was an oral law. The people of the Lord, the Most High set up, going back to the garden, when the Most High set up the nation, will set up the earth, he gave it, like you can't, that's why Esau get your, when you buy a television, you buy a car, it come with a manual. The white man knows this. Everything must come with it. As a parent, you come with instructions to your children. Training our parents?
It's the instruction book. It's the manual for the live. And we went off. We didn't follow.
Did I do Romans 20:15?
Uh-oh, yeah.
That was good though. Is there more than that? Oh no, that was it. Cause I just wanted to get that and then get to the scripture. Yeah, go back into that a little bit though. About that was spiritual about the Lord not punishing. Oh yeah. Yep. The one book in Deuteronomy 20 said, "I will punish you for your iniquity." But part of that punishment was not punishing us and correcting us. Yeah, right. Like imagine if the guy that touched the Ark of the Covenant, they say the Lord didn't strike him down. They say, "All right, man, next time you can do it." Yeah. See, the next man might touch it and like, "Oh, the Lord just gonna, he gets out of worry about it. It's ridiculous." And
you got people that want to die, and in the future they're gonna want to die, but they're not gonna be able to because the Lord is going to say death is gonna flee these people. So these people gotta get punished, man.
And
You know, it's nothing of slacking. It's nothing like being in the freaking body that the Lord got you in hell, man.
You got people suicidal who want to die. And they just can't kill themselves.
Can't do it. Can't bring myself to do it.
You got all kinds of sicknesses and stuff like that. You want to bring them death, and you can't do it, man. You can't die. You know that's torture.
Yeah, you got some people. I'm gonna just slice my wrist.
Yeah.
Motherfucker, you want to do it right? Hit the jugular. Look at they just want the attention.
Look at the torture. What they did to us in slavery. That's punishment right there.
People call people like that emo.
You know, the fact that the bills, kids. All the hell that comes along, in life in this world that we live in, man. You know, that's all punishment in itself, man. But these people don't realize that, man. You know, being on the bottom, as the scripture say, being last, that's punishment. What's that title again? They know we watch.
They know. Yeah, they all know.
Right? Yeah, those elites, they know. They know who we are, man. A lot of them know who we are. It's the dumb westernized people that don't know jack. The one that walks up and down the street, they don't know nothing. Some of them do, but the majority, and you know who really don't know? Our own people, man. Right. Our own people don't know a damn thing, man. That's Hosea 4:6. Yep. But yeah, man, that's and then y'all can just go with it. You was holding one, right? Well, go ahead. You go ahead and get that. You read that real quick.
This is Deuteronomy 28:15. It says, "But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God."
This is all part of the covenant that our people agreed to. Because when you read the verse before that, Deuteronomy 15 and Deuteronomy 27, it talks about our people agreeing to the covenant, agreeing to the contract. Which the law was given to. That's what it was given to. That's why he's saying that. If you don't, what it say? Read it over again.
Yeah. Deuteronomy 28:15. It says, "But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God."
The Lord giving examples of that contract that he had us agree to. That's what the laws is.
The terms and conditions.
Another way of looking at it.
To observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I commanded thee this day.
Fail on one of them. That one that you fail on to get you jacked up, man. To get you killed, man. We can't keep all of it right now. That's why the Lord has our shop.
Yeah.
To help cleanse us and cover us. And that's what the Lord realized, right? Ultimately, when we tried to do it, that's why he had to send his son. Because we realized we couldn't do it all. Already. That was going back with the king we just talked about. They figured we needed a king. Go ahead.
It says that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Yeah, it says, "Curse shall thou be in the city, and curse shalt thou be in the field." Curse.
Yeah, no matter where you go, you had guys that go down south. There's better opportunity. I go down, I say, yeah, they'll be back in 3 months. Sure enough, I see him in less than 2 months. Damn, yeah, man, it was all right now, but I had to come up and help my mom. They don't want to admit that they were cursed.
That curse followed your ass.
They followed your ass, your black ass.
Damn.
You can't get away from the Lord. Look, you can tell Christians that's not be yelling out. You can't get away from the Lord. It can almost look like this brother asked the man, was he Jewish? He got an offense to it. This is spiritual. We can see the spirit.
He was mad with you.
Yeah.
He was like, oh, you can't even ask a person a question.
They automatically, when they see Israelites, they automatically mad.
He might have been not been, but in the spirit, he might have really been Amalek.
Yeah, he might have been.
That's why he got all
Ooh,
messed up.
Yeah.
He might really been Amalek.
Imagine
Amalek.
it's all the plan, you know, to ask questions, and, you know, because you got the truth, right? Imagine you try to ask a random person ask them that question and they respond like that. You know, they be ready to fight, man.
But see, here's the problem with the Edomites. They can have, you can come in their school and sit there in their audience and they'll point. What's your name or where you come from, boy? And you gotta answer, well, I'm from this, my name is this and that. They allowed to ask questions, but we're not allowed to ask questions. That's something wrong when you can't walk up, you can't go to somebody and say, hey, are you Christian? Or hey, are you Jewish? Or hey, how is that offensive?
Right.
Then the dumb, stupid Amalek, I say, well, you know, we basically just asking you questions.
Right.
Shouldn't be a problem. Why are you so offended by it? Right. He said, I'm not offended by it. So why the hell you asking? Why the hell you talking trash then?
Right. That's another way I'm looking down on us too. Like
They really hate us.
they not supposed to ask me any questions. I'm the one supposed to ask them questions.
Yeah, that's because they know the educated Negro is the worst thing going for them, man. They come up here and ask us any. We done cut professors. Yeah, colleges. Right. Now outside of the Bible. I mean, we always link it with the Bible, but because we filter it. But that's not written in the Bible. We've been cut professors, man.
I got a quick scripture. This is Luke 10 and 18. And he said unto them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Behold, I give unto you power to tread on serpents and scorpions. Right? And the so-called white man is a serpent. We tread over you devils. Okay? You Edomite. Okay? It says, and over all the power of the enemy, and nothing shall by any means hurt you.
It's going to be a pleasure in the kingdom to actually have these devils in the captivity and to, you know, as long as it's within the law, to do whatever you want with it, because they're going to be subject to us. They're going to be our slaves. You know, we'll be the blessed ones right now. That's right. That's right. We're going to have land. We're going to have it all. You know, we're going to have more than what these bastards. These are bastards. You know, because they don't have a father. Well, their father is Satan. Right. You know, but we're the chosen. You know. Yeah. They're going to be the first flock. So the Americans in this land, they're going to come back through that. All that breeding and all that, that's coming back. We're going to need slaves to build the kingdom. We're not going to pick a brick up. Yeah. You know, unless we want to. You might say, I want my flower over there. Matter of fact, you get it. Get that flower. I ain't going to want to. Yeah. We got something. Yeah.
Matthew 13 and 10. Pick it up, boy. God damn. And it says,
we're going to have whips too. Yeah.
Boy. I'm going to cut you. You know how they had that country slang? Get it, boy!
Lightning on the end of mine.
You know how they had that southern accent when they were kicking our ass? We always put that southern low in the Hebrew. You know? I threw me off. After you, I threw me up.
Yeah. That's hard.
We gonna go country on your ass.
That's hard.
Go ahead, brother. No, you good. This is Matthew 13 and 10. And the disciples came and said unto him, why, speaking to Yahushua, why speakest thou unto them in parables? And he answered and said unto them, because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them is not given. So that's why we're on this side, because we can tell all these things that's going to happen and how we want things in the kingdom. These people don't know what to think. They don't. The first thing is not for the first thing they wake up on their mind is not of the Lord. It's about whatever the hell they want to do. Nobody thinks to wake up and pray. Yeah.
But when that devil is staring at them in front of their eyes, they all
oh Lord! The 9/11 building was going down.
Oh Lord!
They had a report. That's what they did. Right before it went down, he made a 911 call. And that's exactly what he said.
What was that atheist? What was that other atheist? What was that other atheist on his deathbed that was crying out to God?
The old.
What the hell is that? Y'all remember? Hubbard or something like that? I can't remember. On his deathbed, was it L. Ron Hubbard? One of them, the atheists. When he started to die.
Yeah, that real atheist man. He hated the Most High.
Yeah, but then when he was dying,
Yeah, he called.
he said, there is a God. And then he died.
Right before you go, you're gonna have to admit something.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, because guess what? Everybody is of the Lord.
Hey.
Everybody. Everything. Every piece of property, the air is of the Lord. Everything belongs to the Lord, man.
That's why I was like, white lives do matter.
Yeah.
It belongs to the Lord.
Pretty much. I mean, he's the one who set up the movies. If he creates, that's what pretty like producers when they make movies. They gotta make up the character.
Yeah.
They gotta make up the scene. Who they gotta fight. Yeah. It's the same. It's the same thing. We're playing a movie. And a lot of people don't even understand it. Even in movies, you have all the main people, you have the side people that just don't know about their everyday life. It's the same thing right now. We're in the main battle against these bastards, and then you got the average everyday person walking up, just a side character. Background. Background. Yeah.
Pass the back
walking. When I'm ready to get shot, we don't know.
Pedestrian.
We the only ones not allowed to hate. Everybody can hate except us.
Right.
We're not allowed to say, hey, this shit was wrong with these people done to us. Well, all they do is use that money machine to get people to sell out. Which is the worst shit to ever happen to anybody, by the way. What's that? What happened to us? Oh, yeah. It's the worst shit that ever happened in the history of man. Mankind. And even the things that are going to happen in the future. And these people, they're people that's in the other land, they're always playing the victim.
Oh, yeah.
Anti-Sem.
Right.
Come on, man. You anti-us, man.
Antichrist.
Yep, you're anti-Messiah. What about our people in the ghettos, man? What's all this shit we going through? All we got to do is Baltimore stand up.
Yeah.
You stand up for what, man? Baltimore's not even named that. Our people don't want to know what they call liberation, freedom. They just want them to be nice to them, man. They just want the so-called white man Esau to be white to them, man. You know, they don't got no hope in the that's what the BLM is all for. Trying to have a voice to say that your lives matter to people that don't even care about you.
Last time I checked, there's only 67 police in the academies, and 172 police out here that's on standby. That's not a lot. They lost a lot. So how is Baltimore going to stand up? Well, the thing is, no area can stand up because in every area there's a ghetto. Number one. Number two, they have all the laws that contradict each other. Facts. Number three, no matter where you go in the United States, it's all the same shit. Everybody's dying somewhere. They have a crazy rise in Paris.
It's going to escalate all over.
And you see, here's what makes it a big difference. Because you have a lot of people that says these other countries have worse than you. But this is supposed to be a place of milk and honey. So why does it have a problem? See, these other countries are accustomed to have a problem. This is a natural thing to them. I got a scripture right here. This is Isaiah 45 and 17. Fuck it. I wanted Isaiah 42 and 22. And it says, but this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses.
And if you do speak, you're liable to lose your job, lose everything. Lose your wife, you know, lose your children, you know, lose your whole livelihood.
Yeah, that's Matthew 19.
That's Bible said us on that. The pray the part of God. You know, you just hear the prayer and you can't do nothing about it. You just fucking bending backwards, you know, in front of your enemies. Sometimes people bending forward. You know? Yeah. That's a good point. Goddamn. But
But you people don't got no hope, man.
Backwards too.
Yeah.
Sideways.
Whatever way that devil tells you to think, that's what y'all niggas gonna do.
We're gonna bend and squat.
Damn.
Take it patiently or whatever. Man, you know? You people are sick, man.
Yep.
You know?
Bread and butter.
They love this bullshit, man. Our people love this wickedness, man. This shit is sick, man.
I got those bread steals. No, go ahead.
Go ahead. And a lot of people, if you got an opinion about what Kanye West is doing, you know, whatever, right? But he's speaking out against the wicked shit.
Like,
you know,
when he set up or not, it's gonna target a new audience now.
And people are saying, "Oh, he done did it."
Yeah.
He's talking to those people.
Yeah,
what about me? They're gonna get him now.
Well, I believe the elites already know the awakening has begun. There's nothing they can do. So they're going to start targeting the audience themselves and funding them. That's why a lot of Israelite camps are funded through these people. They already know it ain't nothing you can do. The devil, Satan probably already told them.
One of the biggest things, one of the biggest things that people don't even realize that happened to people called Ye, or Ye, well, however you want to say it. He had millions of dollars in the bank account. And they just stopped that. They just said, no, we're not dealing with you. The bank ain't supposed to do that.
That means it wasn't your money.
But they don't look at that. That's also going into the MOTB.
How can they just stop your money like that? All that, they supposed to stop all our bank accounts, right?
Right.
We've been talking that shit.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just stop our account? They stop,
we still got dollars and everything.
They stopped, what's his name? The fruitcake, Nick Cannon. He's sweeter than ever now. He's artificial sugar now.
We don't got as much money as Kanye.
No,
You know?
Yeah, high fructose.
Nowhere his money don't even freaking matter, man.
yeah, he's hot fructose. So you got Nick Cannon. What's his name? Viacom cut him. Which they were owned by the Redstone family, by the way. The elites of these people. So when you get that money, it's contracted. Contract means with documents. So those contracted money, it's got to, when you get those contracts, they give you a booklet. And there's no way a Negro's going to read. They'll come in there and look. You got 500 million going in your account, son. They got the pages open. They do that now when you go to a job and shit.
Yeah.
And they'll be like, they'll put the pen on there, click, all right, go ahead and sign. And you pick it up and you act like you, but then you hurry up and sign it because you want the benefits. Yeah. And what you do, if that is the case, and you want to give it to a lawyer, if that is the case and you want to give it to a lawyer, their lawyers are controlled by those people who give that contract.
If I can say this, I don't react to the scriptures, man. I was just saying, these people are sick, man. You know, because even the stuff that they're doing today, they did it in the past, man. You know, when our people came from out of Egypt, right? When they were saying that we enjoyed the leeks and the melons, you know, these people love that stuff, man. If these people, 2/3 of our people, were to come up out of this place, man, you gotta know, these people are going to say, man, we had it good back in Babylon, man.
Like in the wilderness, bro.
We had it good, man. We had the McDonald's, you know, we had the Burger King, the Chipotle. Where the Chipotle at now, man? The Chick-fil-A, we had it good, man. We gotta walk, man. We don't got nothing. That's how these people would do, man. Man, the white man was my friend, man. Fucking coons, man.
We got a lot of that, man. You know, the so-called white man do something for you, and all of a sudden they're your friend.
Yeah.
You know,
let's give them strength of heart.
But even if I do something for you, you would still look at me with a side eye, man.
Yeah. You know? Well, what are y'all going to do if all of our people that was here today got saved, and there was no supremacy, no people ruling over us, we had to do our own, man, these people would be ready to go back to the hood, man. You know? ready to gun everybody the fuck down, man. You know they gonna bring the guns, you know, to kill each other. These people don't got no goddamn sense, man. That's why the Lord gotta take you the fuck out, man. You know, and excuse my language, but that's the truth, man. You know, ain't no better way to put it than you know, of trying to explain that you people gotta get put to death, man. Ain't no way to put that for your own good. Me cussing compared to you dying, what's worse, man? If me cussing can save somebody's life, then that's what the heck is going to happen, man. You know? But y'all so freaking mad. Oh, they done said cuss words. Yeah. Y'all are mean. You know? Y'all just cussing on everybody. Yeah, for goddamn reasons, man. Because the destruction that's about to come is going to be something that you people can't escape, man. You got it out.
I was gonna say too, they know these people right here know, like the elder was saying, because what's his name? Simeon Toko. Right. They had a run-in with him. He said the cabal. He said it's gonna be a many more in the future. There's gonna be many more men like you.
There's nothing y'all can do to stop.
Yeah.
Nothing y'all be able to do.
So they know.
Tell you how often, man, the chariots are being cited is ridiculous.
That's why we had that talk. You know, when they're coming down with great wrath, you know, Revelation 12:12, it's not out of, you know, mostly hatred, but it's out of fear, because they know that they have but a short time.
We believe it's a chariot that sits over our house
Oh man!
every night.
I just seen it last.
Yes.
I seen it.
It was actually what's crazy. That was hovering right over us, like that same group.
I see it every night.
But it was hovering this time where it usually is, like that way. It moves. So it was the last night when I opened the door. It was sitting like hovering like right over.
Yeah.
Now I was thinking, you know, I was never one that was like everything I seen in the sky was a chariot. Right. It could be a weather balloon. It could be this. It could be that. So when they told me about it, I said, I don't know. You know me, I got to make it. Got to be it. You know, wisdom. I believe it. Yeah. But not everything you see in the sky is a chariot. But I'm looking at this chariot. I said, well, maybe that's part of the constellation. Yeah. So I'm figuring I'm gonna come back in an hour. If that star right there moves and then that moves, I know it moves together. That's how I was looking at it. They was already convinced. So I'm looking. So the next day I come out, or the next hour came out, the stars moved that way, but then the light moved up. And the next thing I know, everybody was in the house. I said, I'm gonna look at this. It got to be. I need to see this. It's all about faith and belief, you know. Yes. So I believed it, but the Lord showed it. Yeah. And some gun started just moving slowly. Then it moved up. And it moved and shit. I said, damn, that's a giant. So just remember when you took the camera, you zoomed in. Well, I took the camera showed it kind of moving better than the naked eye. Which is funny because when we zoomed in, it was moving faster. And it was red. But normally it was slow. And here's what else we found. When it started moving, all these planes and the helicopters just kept flying around it. We saw literally about 50. We counted. 50. We could tell it was American-based helicopters or airplanes or whatever. They just kept flying back and forth about it. Now we knew it had to be a chariot because I don't think even as weather balloons don't stay stationary like that. Right. Yes, they change colors and stuff. This thing was something different. You know, so I was convinced it was definitely a chariot. That's hard.
It definitely changed colors. It flipped back. It flipped from gold to blue. They kept flipping back and forth. I'm like, then it started going a little red. But it started like red.
How y'all decide? Let's talk about it, man. It's fine. Where y'all from? About it. Come on. Where y'all from?
We study at Harvard.
I'm talking about like
I'm from Venezuela.
Okay, you see yourself for the sun, man. Where you from? Y'all both from Venezuela? Where you from? Pakistan. Okay. You still be an Israelite, man. You know?
But a lot of Ephraim there.
Yeah.
So-called Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, but we speaking of y'all. You know about the Israelites? Any of y'all? 12 tribes of Israel? Familiar with them? Okay, what do you know about them?
I imagine y'all are like Israelites.
Right? I said, what do you know? Like, are you?
We're not black.
No, yeah, we're not black.
That was something they put on us. Yeah, because y'all people look white.
What is the term that
Well, yeah, because the thing is, right, now we just going to break it all down. The thing is, Hebrew Israelites, right, because these people here, they continue to use their skin color as a divide and conquer. We don't go on skin color, but we do say it matters on nationality. Like you even have other groups that kind of are like us. They'll say, they'll look at you immediately and just say, "Oh, you out of here. You ain't one of us." But that's not true, right? Just like you have us, people my complexion, like in like let's say at 7-Eleven or whatever. You have people my complexion, they'll say that they're not me, and I wouldn't say I'm them. I wouldn't want to be them, you know. But you know, and so that's what we out here to tell, and that's why we're us up here, and anybody that teaches what we teach, we're always going to be looked at as the target, because like we were saying that that whole black thing, that black Israelite, that's what they put on us. What about the black Muslim? Right. They would never say that. But all of a sudden we get black Hebrew Israelites. It has nothing to do with black.
It has everything to do with nationality.
It has everything to do with nationality.
Now, he said he's Pakistani, Middle East. That's where we're from, Middle East too.
A lot of those Arabs were slave traders, and they helped build the slave ships, right, to bring us over into slavery. These people funded the Arabs in the slave trade. Who knows? You know about that history? Who knows about that history? You're from Pakistan. You might know a little bit about that.
Pakistan is in South Asia.
You said where?
South Asia.
South Asia. I know, but even in that region, during the in the Middle East, they use other nations to help fund the slave trade to conquer his people and our people. You can still be a part of. I'm not sure. It's the spirit. It's not about your flesh. But I'm saying, as a whole, Pakistan was not of the children of Israel, right? Pakistan was not of the children of Israel. The Lord chose the children of Israel to be His people. Now, you might follow Roman Catholicism. You follow Roman Catholic Church? No. Okay, that's rare. You follow Islam?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay. What do y'all follow? What do y'all believe? Okay, they don't know. Oh man, he might be an Israelite. You know, so both of y'all might be Israelites.
And the word nation, nationality, what people have taught or been taught what nationality is, that's not what the real definition of. Just because you're from Venezuela, that don't mean that that's your nationality. You know what I'm saying? So the word nation, right? It really goes into a tribe, right? But the word nation, it means a large body of people united by a common descent. Right now, yeah, a lot of the people in Venezuela have a common descent, but he could be from Venezuela, right? But he just said he's from Pakistan. You know what I'm saying? So it's really about that nationality is your descent, who you descend from.
We in America, but we wasn't here. Like some of us are Native Americans, but for the most part, we all really from the Middle East. Right. Everybody was in the so-called Middle East. By the way, it's all about the seed of your father.
Yeah. So the descendant of your father, your father's lineage, it used to go by whatever your last name was what house you came from, the house of your father. You know what I'm saying? But now people are saying Martinez. You know, my last name Martinez. Well, what the hell is that? What house is that? You know, the slave owner. The slave owner.
Oh, no, example too, man, because they say American, American, African American. How black so-called black people call themselves African American? African American is not a heritage. That's first off, those are two so-called white men. Africa was named after Leo Scipio Africanus. America was named after Amerigo Vespucci. Two different so-called white men. You know, so a lot of our people don't realize that
when they call themselves African American. Negro is another byword. That's why we have this sign up here. All right, Mexican, Haitian, they're all bywords that were given to people.
Even other nations, some of them names like Pakistan.
That was a
old nation.
byword that was given.
India.
Read that. This is Deuteronomy 28:64.
See, a lot of people don't believe the Bible is real.
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth even unto the other.
Right. So the Lord, the Israelites, which we say we were originally from Israel, not these people in the land. We were originally in Israel.
You're from Venezuela. You come from these people. Your people come from there too.
They were raped, robbed. A lot of them Venezuelans back in thousands of years ago, before it was like dark complexion. The white man came and raped and robbed. Even the Pakistani, all of they were, you did still had different mixtures of complexion. You always kind of had that. But when these people came into power, they raped and robbed the earth. When you look at the Philippines were dark, Asian-looking people. You look at Manny Pacquiao, he's more likely one of us. They even call themselves Negro. Believe it or not. A lot of them, they said, we know we came from Negro.
That was in his last name,
I got another one. Yeah, sports mean black.
Yep. Like I can't say that.
Cameraman. Yeah, they're black. All right, man. I've got another scripture to prove how this Bible is real, man. Because everybody knows that the world is evil right now. Well, we wanted to tell them. They left. We're trying to get to tell them, like, if you're an Israelite and he's a heathen, you're going to own him. Ooh, I didn't get a chance to say it.
Like I was telling you earlier about how you gonna have slaves.
Jake, you see what I'm saying, bro?
Virtual classroom.
They like celebrities walk by here,
Ah, damn, why the hell he walk like that?
Yeah, look, they was saying like they
stiff ass walk like one of them. The two that were up here.
Yeah, that's why I looked down and said, I looked down.
That's why he got out of Islam.
I can't do that. He like one of them damn reptilian Decepticons from Transformers or something.
Yeah, they was
that damn walk.
You saw the way they was walking up?
Yeah.
And sometimes you can't judge them like that. You got how people grow up effeminate. Yeah, that Steph Curry looking dude walking up here, little tweaking his teeth. I was like, you don't know who's what now. It's called Babylon, the land of the future.
You can't assume that men are into women. Women are into
or whatever, or they're into dogs or cats.
You can't assume nothing, man. These people, you can have a regular. You think that you can have a regular conversation with them? You can't. You cannot have a regular conversation with these people, man. You might have a better chance of having a regular conversation with an Edomite than these fucking people, man.
Yeah, these people are dumb.
A male Edomite. Yeah. Now, especially no woman. Forget about that.
All they care about is a fantasy lust.
That's all this is. That's all it is.
Prime example, coming by. Go ahead.
I want to get into that word freedom again. Okay, that explains all.
Did you see that?
These niggas is simple, man.
He probably sit for that.
Yeah, you cannot talk to these people, man.
Y'all just said that.
It always shows.
You just said it.
That man probably simping for the Edomite woman, man. That's when you know you destroyed. Not when you simp for the black man, the black woman, but then when you simp for the white woman, you are in bad shape. So that's a whole nother animal.
Yeah, the women are going to come on different levels to try to get you a man of the Lord. They're going to come to you to try to get you, man. And even in the kingdom, the women are going to be trying to come to get the men. Like that celebrity status, like if a Magic Johnson, when Magic Johnson was in his prime, right? When a football player is in their prime, you be having all type of holes in the lobby, and they'd be like, I want you, you, and you. So, what are you talking about? Man, with a celebrity. They see the women in the hotel lobby. They say they want.
Yeah, they would pick him out. Well, Magic said he needed more women just for him to get excited. And that's probably because he's on the left-hand side doing that other shit. You know, taste testers had to get him first.
Yeah.
The organization that they play for, they supply them with the women, right? The Son Watson. You think that they wasn't supplying him with those women?
Yeah, they got a movie out.
They control all that.
They got a movie coming out.
That's a part of the process of trying to keep them in. You know, keep them in the mix, keep giving them the women. You know, that's why with the basketball player Kawhi Leonard, before he went to the Clippers, he was trying to tell them that they needed to do all these different things for him, and he was going behind the doors. You know, but that's what you gotta look. They doing all this stuff for this man. They think that he's the prize possessor. You know, so how much more us and we the prize?
Yeah, you know the sick part about it. This place is supposed to be running on morals, and all the women talk about the man that cheats is bad. You shouldn't do this. But they're pretending of just to lay with one man that nobody has a problem with. And then they'll leave and then go back into their natural lives and go marry people. But they had slept with Magic Johnson along with 30 other women. Go ahead, brother.
So I want to go into this definition because the other brought out that this place basically ran off of lust. That's what a lot of these other foreigners like to come, so-called foreigners like to go do, is they want to escape their world and be just like the people here, run off of lust and just corruption.
Basically, it's all morals until you can get a celebrity and money is involved. Then the morals is thrown out of the window. Go ahead.
This is the definition of freedom. It says the quality or state of being free, such as the absence of necessity. Mind you, it says the absence, which means to do away with, the absence of necessity or constraint in choice or action. It says unrestricted use, improper familiarity. So when you go into that word familiarity, mind you, said improper, right? Familiarity says familiarity. So I can say says an unduly informal act or expression, a sexual liberty.
That goes into the Queen of Heaven.
Like the guy who walked by with flowers. He's trying to bring to a woman.
Yeah, go ahead and bring them flowers to that woman. Go ahead.
So she opened the door for them flowers. She yeah.
I wasn't like that. I remember I used to bring women flowers back in the day. I buy a bundle, but I take 3 of them out and give them to the other ones that I was fucking with. And I don't know, man.
I feel that.
I made all of them happy.
I feel that.
The less of the ones got less of the flowers.
That's real.
So this is why I said sexual liberty, right? When you go to the word liberty, which is pretty simple, it says the power to do as one pleases. So yeah, so it says the power to do as one pleases. So sexual liberty, to do whatever the hell you want to do. You know that destroys relationships. When especially a woman gets freedom to do what she wants, and even a man, you know, because you don't have the freedom to do what the fuck you want to do as a man in a relationship. So you telling me you got the freedom to go lay down with another man's wife? That destroys you, man. That destroys both of y'all. When a woman goes and sleep with other men, that destroys relationships, man. Here's what America approves of. What they advertise. It says a right, or this is still liberty. It says a right or immunity enjoyed by prescription or by grant privilege. One thing they always said when it comes to driving is a privilege, right? Yeah. Well, what do these people do when they drive? They do whatever the fuck they want to do.
Nice.
Same shit. Good point.
Nice.
They don't know. A lot of these people get that license. They don't even know what the hell they're doing. If they were what's the word I'm looking for? If they were trained, disciplined. If they were disciplined in their driving, you would see
a whole lot less accidents happen, man. Accidents do happen. All right, that's why they're called accidents. But you will see so much less of them happening, man.
And people, mind you, the driving school teaches you how to drive. They tell you how to change lanes, when to change lanes, stop sign, red light, all that. You got people that run red light. That's because these people are not, they're not disciples, which is, discipline.
I drive for a living. And on the road, there's an accident every day. And who do I mostly see? There's an accident. Women, black women.
Because they're trying to mimic what men do, and they're the weaker vessel. But I got a scripture real quick. Sirach 25 and 25. Give the water no passage, neither wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. And what the scriptures say, always in the book of Proverbs, they say that stolen waters is sweet. Because some guys get a kick out of stealing another man's woman, man. They be easier. They be easier to get to the city. And if you got a woman that does that, then she ain't worth it. Yeah, right.
They promote that in rap music.
R&B too. R&B shit.
That's the R&B.
I'm gonna kill you, nigga. I'm gonna fuck your bitch.
And then you got the woman in the R&B talking shit. Go ahead.
As we lay.
As we lay. Yeah, I remember that.
As we lay.
Yep.
The night away.
Yeah, there you go.
As we lay.
Yep. Yeah.
You heard that song, Blame It on the Alcohol.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice one.
That's another one. I was like, you all ever actually just sit there and listen to the lyrics of that shit?
Yeah.
Secret lovers. Remember that?
Secret
Like, if you got caught, you get caught just blaming the alcohol. It wasn't your fault.
Yeah. And then what the women start doing, they start blaming it on the alcohol. So that gave them this is it right here. Give the water no patches. Why I say give the water no patches? Because if a dam breaks and the water comes in, you can't stop it. If you give it the passage, it's going to creep in every crevice, in every block, or every hole. And that represents the woman. You give her passage, she's going to be laid up everywhere.
Right.
She's like, he cute. First of all, if I had a daughter, a young daughter, she ain't having no pictures of Chris Brown and motherfuckers on the wall, man. You know what I'm saying? For what? That's the mindset you're putting them in to try to mess with men of reputation. Right? That's what they're gonna grow up looking for. So when they get a man that's not, I'm just saying, a Neo or something like that, then it's like, hey, nigga, you ain't all that. Look at you, nigga. You ain't that thing I was fantasizing about on my wall. And I ain't going in the room. I don't give a damn. Got a woman, got statues of men up in their room. You gonna take all that shit down. But you got a porn collection, a woman to take that shit and throw all that shit out. You can't have this in the house. But then she got shit flashing all around the room and shit. Nah, you gotta cut that shit, man. You gotta stand up and be a man and say no. Everything's gonna be in order in this goddamn house.
There's a direct precept to what you just now read.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
A direct precept.
I know, I went through that shit.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
It's a book of Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes is also known as Sirach.
Right.
Chapter 42, verse 11. I read this last week.
Right.
It says, "Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter."
Oh,
it says,
what is a shameless woman?
Yep. Oh, of course.
Yeah.
A dog. Which is what bitches, dog. Shameless. Right. So it says, "Keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter." It says, "Lest she make thee a laughing stock to thine enemies." This is why you have everybody laughing at Israelites, man. I'm talking about as a people, because they see the state of our women. Who's the main one going up in the Planned Parenthood facilities, man? Right, the slaughterhouses, right? And what's crazy?
Accountability, nobody is counting.
What's crazy is the Lord made them like that.
Yep.
That's the crazy thing about it. They were meant to be a curse from the beginning. The only time our women were meant to be right is when they get to the kingdom. So let's say a woman repents and she got herself together. She was still wicked. Somebody help me again. Is it hot?
Just froze.
Might be too hot. Get an umbrella.
Yeah, it paused for a second. It's still good though.
They even did that with our brother.
It's not hot. It's not even hot. Yeah, it's going now.
Sometimes it does that. I don't know why it does.
Well, but I mean,
pop up.
yeah, then we're running live, so it probably takes up more stuff.
Every time you upload stuff, it holds it in store.
I was gonna say that this world teaches that men and women are equal, you know, and that's not the case. When you go into it, a man cannot cheat on a woman, you know. Now if that woman is single, then she's fair game, you know. There ain't no asking your woman, because that's one of the things that they be trying to say too, that you gotta go ask your woman when you go get another woman. You know, now we don't condone and lying and stuff like that. You know, we don't even say to go out there and go get all these women and stuff like that. You know, but at the end of the day, the truth is the truth. You know, a man cannot cheat on no woman, man. You know, a man can have wives, concubines. You know, they dealt with harlots. You know, in the scriptures, man. You know, but that's just the faith, man. Yeah, when you
I mean, they can't cheat on the Lord, but you commit adultery. We're really, you know, you want to get technical about it. If you got a wife, y'all one flesh, and you go sleep with another man's wife, you've committed adultery unto the Lord, but even unto her. Right. Because that's still your wife, man. You wasn't supposed to do that shit. Lay with another man's wife, you bringing his nakedness in to your wife. You know?
But the women don't have no jurisdiction over that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I done left them because she done had a concubine. You know, I done left them because she done did this. You know? No, a man can go deal with another woman and still take care of home and still love her. You know? When a woman does it, it's out of spite. You know, but I got this scripture. Okay. This is 1 Thessalonians 4:1. It says, furthermore, then we beseech you, brethren, and exhort you by the Lord Yahweh, that as you have received of us, have how you ought to walk and to please Yahweh, so you would abound more and more. It says, for you know what commandments we gave you by the Lord Yahweh, right? For this is the will of Yahweh, even your sanctification, that you should abstain from fornication. Now, fornication is a whole law on that. You know, adultery, that's a form of fornication. You know what I'm saying? Homosexuality, that's a form of fornication. Bestiality is a form of fornication. Fornication is not having sex before marriage. Okay? That's how these people would think in the world. That's not fornication.
I was all trapped up to get a man locked in. It always benefited the woman. I don't know why they said it benefited. It never benefited us. Maybe one man that said, I just really want to marry you, baby. They do it to make the damn woman happy. They ain't doing it to make themselves happy.
Thanks. First of all, before this, it says that you should abstain from fornication. It says that every one of you should know how to possess his vessel, which is our body, right? Our spirit, our whole being, and sanctification and honor, right? There's no lying, right? It says, not in the lust of concupiscence, even as the Gentiles which know not God, right? When you go through that word concupiscence, it's a strong sexual desire or lust. A strong sex drive. People out here don't know how to control that sex drive. You know what I'm saying? Now, as a man, naturally, we do have a strong sex drive, especially if you're a young man. You know what I'm saying? You want all type of vagina all the goddamn time, right? You know, that's just natural, man. You get the chick to look at you, see a thick little thing, you get a boner. You know what I'm saying? For no reason. You know? She done say hi to you. You know? She was sweet, nice. You know? Soft voice, you know?
Woman got me feminine.
But hey, some people be turned on by behemoths and shit, man. You know? It just goes too far.
All right, he took the spoon. He had the spoon straight.
Oh, yeah.
Then he made it flop.
some chick in the world don't get it. They got they'll have a woman, right? Some chick in the world they have a woman, and they don't get enough. They don't get enough from the woman. The woman will say, "I'm not in the mood today," right? And then when it's time for her to come on her period, what? They ready to pop her when she on her period, man. You know,
First of all, if a woman into you, it don't matter. She won't be in the mood, but she'll get in the mood for you. If she's not in the mood for you, you know, it's just what it is. That's why a man has more than one wife. So if you're gonna be dealing with one man, I mean, if you deal with a man that's gonna have this you got to be willing to make sacrifices. You know, it's no excuse. If a woman's really into you, she'll find a way to please you and do things. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. But she always, nah, I don't feel like it. Nah, that's because she just got popped yesterday. Yeah. She's on the job, man. She was in that hotel room. Up there.
On a high rise.
All right. All kinds of shit.
Yep.
But I don't dabble in all that, man.
But that some of these chicks,
They got to find out the hard way.
when you deal with that one woman, I done heard it, man. Yeah, lay the towel down. You know,
Earn the real thing.
running the stoplight. Like, no, fuck no, man. Just get yourself.
You know what? Keep that shit to yourself. Don't tell me that shit.
But that's Jake in a sad state, man.
Because he's supposed to have other women.
So when you don't have other women and you done asked this chick to marry you, she done got your fucking nutsacks in her purse, man.
That's why IUIC, they teach a man only supposed to have one wife. Right? They push that.
What's the point of you being an Israelite and don't teach it?
So then you got some brothers got higher jobs than others, man.
Right. You shouldn't be an Israelite pushing that. Why? Because the Lord told us to be fruitful and multiply. How the hell you going to do that with only one wife? So you got to masturbate. When you don't get it, you got to masturbate. See, this is why this is why no other can. Not one other can sit up there and say one thing that we always say. We have the 100% truth. Not one of y'all can do that, man. Why is that?
The spirit ain't on it.
Like, for example, everybody should be saying that, right? If you believe in Satanism, you should be saying that, man, right? Because you should be in it. You should be in a mindset as to, okay, whatever I believe is what is the truth. You should not be running around here. You believing in something and say, well, we just don't know. That means you bugged out, man. That means something wrong with you, right? That means whatever you believe in, it really isn't the truth because you're not convinced for it, right? You're not convinced. It's the thing, man. We go beyond belief. We know through the spirit of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai because we had clear evidence. The Lord Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai have showed us, man. We have clear evidence of everything that we've been teaching, man. We know. It ain't no thing of belief no more. It's knowing. Right? Right. Having faith is knowing that the Lord Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai is going to do what he's going to do, man. Right? You had a scripture there.
This is Proverbs 23 and 27. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange woman is a narrow pit.
Because when you some guys get with those women, you're so deep into it you can't go nowhere. She done got you trapped. You know, some women be having these niggas all that information, passwords and stuff like that.
That's why I'm gonna go further with this, because that explains it too. This verse 28, it says, she also lieth in wait as for a prey, and increases the transgressors among men. So there you go. Women are that's what we've been saying. They are scams and traps. They're like as some men. I used to hear this back in school from some of the teachers. One of I think it was my fourth grade teacher that told me this. He said, "Women are like spiders. They'll make everything. They won't even show themselves outright. They'll put up an act, and then when they really lure you into their web, they got you. Right. There's a reason they're quick to devour you once they got you.
Yeah, that's like an octopus. An octopus, they say when an octopus, the female octopus, when they hungry, and they'll make it seem like they want to mate with the male octopus, and then when they put that up in there, they lure them into the cave and they eat them.
You know, that's how these women are, man.
Tarantulas do that.
There's men like that.
Tarantulas do that.
We're gonna get Jeremiah 5 and 25 real quick. Because you got Jake that carry on that spirit too. 5 and 25. Jeremiah 5 and 25.
This is Jeremiah 5 and 25. It says, your iniquities have turned away these things, and your sins have withholden good things from you.
I'm talking about the Israelites. Go ahead.
For among my people are found wicked men. They lie wait. Sorry, they lay wait as he that setteth snares.
Go ahead.
They set a trap.
Yeah, that's what you just said about the woman. There's men who do that too.
That guy that we just
And I
read
think
about.
that men right there is men and women.
Well, yeah, because you had the guy we just read about. Since we were going to David. David had a counselor, right? Who betrayed him. Ahithophel. Ahithophel was David's counselor. He turned against David right around the time since he joined Absalom when Absalom went against David.
And obviously, this is men.
This is men. Ahithophel, he was slick. And when we was talking about Ahithophel, like I said, he was a counselor. You know they slick and they almost untouchable when you got like strategists and planners, counselors. That's all they are. Advisors. Those they don't fight. They don't do nothing, bro, except plan. And you cannot touch them half the time, man. Why? Because they use that. They're slick. They're slicker than women.
They're like strategists.
They have to have that. They're slicker than. They're much slicker than women, man.
Yeah, Jonathan was another one.
Jonathan, the subtile man, he was another one, man. Who talked to Amnon about sleeping with Tamar, his brother. Right?
Planned it out.
He planned it out.
Right?
You gotta understand, we get on a woman, but we kind of give them all the credit for doing wickedness, which they were the planner from the beginning. But at the end of the day, it's because we sinned against the Lord while the woman is sinning against us. All that trickery that's going on us by women is because we did the same thing to the Heavenly Father.
Right.
That's what it all boils down to. Even David supplanted his man to get his wife, Bathsheba, right?
Yes. Right.
So we talk about the woman, but we are held accountable first as men.
Because who's slicker? Who's slicker? Then if men were doing that in high levels in armies, that means we had to be. That means men were much slicker than women. Even though the woman, was the first, but yeah, exactly. Jacob was a man, right? He was the master supplanter. Yikewab. Men, and even to this day, man, when men want something, they will supplant you much harder. Look at these guys. Look at these guys, right?
Yeah, who's running the world?
They are slicker. They are much more slicker than any woman out there.
They supplanted Eve. Remember, they was with
They supplanted Eve.
Right, they were the ones supplanted. It was a man that supplanted Eve. It wasn't the woman. It was men. It's always been men.
Men are much more slicker, and that's what we talking about, man. They have this ideology. Women are smarter. No. The only reason why y'all thinking that is because these guys right here told y'all that y'all was smarter than men, right? But the whole time, y'all can't even drive a car right.
Right, I got this right fast. This is Ecclesiastes 42 and 14.
You can't drive the go-kart. You see them in the stores. See, people get mad at us because we tell the truth. The truth hurts.
Right. So this is Ecclesiastes 42 and 14, right? And it says, better is the churlishness of a man than a courteous woman. A woman, I say, which brings shame and reproach. So the word churlish, right? It means rude and a mean-spirited and surely way. So the scriptures are saying that it is better that a man is rude, okay, straight up disrespectful, ill-mannered, okay, discourteous, than a woman that is courteous. Yeah, because a woman was a man's glory. And whenever a man's glory went off, it ruined him. Yeah, that's what that was all about. It was really the Bible is for men. Right. and the men have glory, which is their woman. And what's that in Proverbs 30? 31 and 1. Get that real quick. It's going to show you why, man. yeah, you may have women that come along, right? Decent sisters, right? We really out here for the men, man. You know, the woman and the women who really want to be supportive of us. That's fine. We're not bowing down to no woman, man.
Yeah, when all throughout the Bible, when it talks about the men, that's why what you just said earlier. You know, in certain instances in the Bible, when it says men, it's talking about men and women. Why is that? Why didn't it just say men and women? Because when you talk about the man, let's say you talk about the head of the household, right? When you talk bad about the head of the household and curse that head of the household, you curse the whole family, right? Because that man is the head. When you talk about the man, you talk about everybody in the family. Right.
Hey, we was reading yesterday. There was a woman that helped David, right?
That was exactly.
So there was women who did great things in the Bible. Ruth was one, and she wasn't even an Israelite.
Right.
Even, I was going to say even heathen women.
Yeah. Rahab, was it Rahab? The prostitute.
Yeah.
So there was women that did great things in the Bible. But the bottom line is, they wasn't even of the nation. It was all for what? The Israelite man. That's what it was all for. Yahushua. Who put Yahushua to death? Wasn't a bunch of women. Think about it. In fact, he went for a woman. That's all. It wasn't a bunch of women got together. We going to command Yahushua and get him put to death. Judas Iscariot gave him up. Hey, he reminded me of Ahithophel. He went and hung himself, so I believe so did Judas. That's probably him. Did the same damn thing. That's what I said yesterday.
Yeah. Because Judas saw his way. He didn't have his way. He betrayed the Lord.
Yeah, and Ahithophel went back to his house. You know, he got everything
Got his affairs in order.
And he just hung himself.
That would be like today. Take it, Nick. You get this, you get that. Boom! You blow your head off.
Yeah. Absalom didn't follow Ahithophel's advice.
So basically, the Most High sent the son. He didn't send the son and daughter. Right. You know what I'm saying? He sent the twins.
Rachel, Leah, and Bilhah.
He even confirmed it when Yahushua the 3 charts and put the people to Peter. One of them up on the mountain.
Peter, James, and John.
Yeah, the chariot came down. He said, "This is my son." Showing them that's the man.
Yeah. They seen it with their own 2 eyes.
Because they were kind of like Moses and that, kind of like on a pedestal, like which they are great men, but they ain't know that was them.
Yeah, the Lord is greater. Greater than Moses, which that represented because I think it said Moses and Elias, which represented the law and the prophets. You know, which scripture talking about? The transfiguration of Yahushua. You know, because Yahushua represents the law. Oh yeah. Greater than those greatest prophets that walked the earth. The greatest man that walked the earth.
Second in command of the whole.
It was the most humble man to walk the earth.
Now you would think that was the most humble. You would think when all that killing the Most High did, his son came and ain't killed nobody, because it would have been blood on his hands, and his blood had to be shed for the children of Israel.
Because you had Peter, right? Remember Peter, right?
Yeah.
So, it wasn't Aquila and Priscilla. It was the other one. No. The ones that was trying to get over, and they Ananias and Sapphira. You know, and he said they just dropped dead. You know, Peter, they took the Holy Spirit away from him. You know, they just fell. You know, the women came right after, and she just fell. You know, Yahushua had the power to do that, but that shows you the Spirit. The Lord ain't have that blood on his hands to kill nobody. You know,
when he come back this time, that's we gonna get down.
Go ahead. Verse 7. This is First Samuel 2:7. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich.
Where is a hand?
Maketh low and lifted up. Go ahead. He raises up the poor out of the dust and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill.
Go ahead.
To set them among princes and to make
them inherit the throne of glory. Right? For the pillars of the earth are the Lord.
Yeah, so the Lord set up kings, right? When you go into the Bible, when you read the stories, guess what? Men went in and took. You went into Joshua, went into Jericho, and it went in different. AI, one of the different places, right? Took. And what did the Lord say? Take the spoils. You take the woman, or He'll say kill everything. Don't leave nothing. So that tells to tell you it's always about the men first. That's why it's men out here. That's why we're not ignorant of this man's designs. We don't get too entangled with women being in power. Because we understand women aren't in power. That's what everybody understands. These MFs in power. The biggest lies, they make them think they're in power. But women aren't in any kind of power. They're in power over the society we live in, but they're not in power over the world. And women will never be in power over the whole world. Right. It will never happen. Right. When the kingdom of heaven comes, men are going to run that too.
Yeah, I got the word pillars. Right. The word pillars, right? Which
this is what Kanye West is talking about.
Or like a pillar of strength, right? It says a person who can be relied upon, right? Do you think that that the guy that's in the office right now is somebody that you can rely upon? That's right.
He can't even rely on his own goddamn.
He can't even walk up the steps.
Pulling up the goddamn. How the hell you do that, man? He did it like 4 or 5 times.
You don't even remember what the hell he be saying, man. I remember somebody gave him a 5, and he didn't run around a circle. And he tried to give him a 5 again, like dang, like you know, the guy gave him a 5.
When he was at the press conference, he came out to the podium, walked back. Somebody had to pull it. 2 people had to come up and like, no, you gotta give me a seat.
Oh no, you definitely can't rely on Bush. Yeah. Obama.
Where the hell they get these presidents from?
So the word pillar, it means a person who can be relied upon to have a great deal of support and comfort to others. You know, that goes into that scripture, man. You know, the men of the Lord was supposed to be a sign of strength and comfort unto others, man. You know, when Yahweh Shai was on the scene, right? Yahweh Shai said that he was the comfort, you know? He was the comfort. And that's why he said when I'm gone, that's when they're going to mourn for me, man. You know, because that's what we want. We want to be with Yahweh Shai at the end of the day. We mourn him every day. Yahweh Shai, please come back. Please come back. Yes. But he don't know when he's going to come back. It's the Lord that knows when he's going to send him, man. You know? But hey, that's also what the scripture said in 1 Thessalonians. When he comes back, you know, comfort you with one another with these words. Because the Lord's going to come back, man. It's going to be so beautiful, man. You know, so beautiful. Oh man, job done. Rest with your feet. Beautiful, man. Rest, man. Like so far beyond. Like right now, we got war in our mind. We you know, even when he do come back, right? We still gonna have war that we gotta take care of, right? We gonna have to get the world in order. But we gonna have peace because we can't take out the stress right now. You go to the box and go, right, hit the bag or whatever. But that ain't nothing. You still gotta go home at the end of the day. You know? But when the Lord comes back, that's stress off your mind, man. And then a new body, all that, man, it's just gonna feel beautiful, man. You gonna have a beautiful feeling that nobody can explain, man. You know? Like especially to feel accomplished. To feel like you did something, man. Yeah, you know? That's the real what you call it, the real graduation.
That ultimate paycheck.
What is that when you retire, the real retirement?
Yeah. Whole method 25 and 32. And somebody hold Joshua 1 and 6. I got this. John 1, I think it's 1 and 5. Go ahead.
Hey, come on. This is a couple of verses. It's not long. As I might even jump a little bit, so you don't get through it. Second Ezra chapter 5, and I brought this up before. All right, verse 1. It says, nevertheless, as we going into that direction too, you know, of the Lord's slaughtering, get ready, you know, set up a major slaughter. All right. It says, nevertheless, as concerning the tokens of signs. All right. It says, "Behold, the day shall come, they that day which dwell upon the earth shall be taken in a great number." All right, and that's also talking about Jacob's trouble as well, being taken in a great number. All right, this stuff got to come to pass. All right, it says, "And the way of truth shall be hidden." All right, it says, "And the land shall be barren of faith." This is talking about today. All right, it says, "But the iniquity shall be increased above that which thou seest, or that thou heardest long ago."
Yeah, because when you look at it, right, all of us individually, right, we all are looking at the world through a first person lens, right? Throughout our own eyes, you know what I'm saying? We'd never be able to see how other people look at us, right? But and these people, when they walk down the street, in their mind, the Lord is able to put the fucking demon on at any point in time in these people's minds. You know what I'm saying? So you don't necessarily want to think like how these people think, but you do know that like it's an off and on switch that the Lord can just put the spirit on them at any time to just go off. You know what I'm saying? So when these people, when that shit goes down, the sight that these, imagine when you get mad, how you feel. You know what I'm saying? You get pissed off. Imagine getting pissed off during these times, right? And you don't know the Lord.
Oh, yeah, because there's a time coming, and even in here, that talks about the trumpets. And in the time of the third trumpet, that's 16, 18, 16, 19, something like that. You know, at the time of our slavery. All right? That's what that, in fact,
Can I say this right fast? Because I made the first person knowledge, right? When you got the missiles coming, you got people that are actually going to be feeling that missile, man. You know, seeing it coming. You know what I'm saying? Like this is part of knowing the terror of the Lord. We persuade men. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna have actual people that in their bodies are gonna feel that heat, that intense heat, man. That's gonna fuck them up, man. You know, and they're gonna feel it. Like you can actually see it. You know what I'm saying? So you have to put yourself in that position. You don't want to be in that position. No. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be terrible. So that when the time of Jacob's trouble come, right, and these people don't have that on switch, you know, that door open, that I was trying to say that a man can't close. You know, when they have that door closed, the lights is out, and it's all darkness in their fucking mind. You know, these people gonna be going the fuck off, man. They're gonna be going crazy. But for us, being as though that we have the eyes to see, the ears to hear, right? We know that the knowledge and wisdom of these scriptures, because we've seen this, that's what's going to keep us stable in these things.
yeah, that's Isaiah 33 and 6.
We ain't gonna go crazy.
We're not going to go crazy, man. Every one of us individually got that. So every one of these people out here got that. They can see that, but they don't see it like how we see it, man. Because the Lord opened up that window to our spirit, man. You know, there ain't nobody, that door that ain't nobody can close, man. Took the water, y'all about to smell outside that we got this. And these people are gonna be bugging the fuck out. They're gonna get fucking, a lot of people are gonna get hit with those fucking missiles.
And you know what's crazy? You know, a lot of those people that are bugging out, those are the ones that say they read the Bible. You can't, especially with the King James version, man. You can't open the Bible and say, I have the truth. I know about it. This is why we go into translations before. For example, you got this word mark. This English language is so goddamn messed up. When you go in the Bible, the 1382 Bible, and you look up that same scripture when it talks about the MOTB, what does it say in it? It says a character. And character is spelled differently in there too. There's a reason for that. Because when you look up how it's spelled, and now there's an app on here. It's an etymology app. You know, when you look at that character and the way it's spelled and the time period, it's going to show you what it is, right? It's going to show you what it is. An engraving, a mark, you know, a physical mark. So a lot of people, they don't have the understanding of the Bible, even though they say they read the Bible. You cannot, I don't care how many times you read the Bible. You can say, we had these people, I read the Bible front to back. Break down the first chapter, the first verse, and the first, the first book, the first chapter, and the first verse. Break that down, man. And I bet you can't do it. Because exactly, you don't have the codes.
because that's what makes you bug out, man. Because you don't have the understanding of what the hell is going to come down. Let me get this. Continue reading this. All right, because this is going to break it down to you. So let's get ready to come on this place. All right. Secondary verse 5, chapter 5, verse 3. It says, "And the land that thou seest now to have root, shall thou see wasted suddenly." It's doing like what's that? 2 Peter 3. The day of the Lord comes like a thief in the night, and it just says suddenly. The elements shall melt with fervent. Yeah, it's going to be sudden. You're not going to expect it, right? Fire, brimstone.
So we got that code, man. The like you just said, to be able to see this thing, because we've been speaking about this many years.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Since the world began. Yep. This has been going on since the world began.
And the thing is,
before the world even began, the Lord encoded He encoded the elect with this. That's why you want to follow the Lord throughout the generations. Coming back, you got that code up there. We all computerized programs to the Lord, man.
Because the truth was only hidden for a while. It really, but somebody had to know it. That means the truth was always floating around.
Right.
Out there. How was it? And it's a little more than this.
I'm gonna just get the word code.
Okay, come.
The word code. You know, the word code, right? It says a system of words, letters, figures, or other symbols substituted for other words, letters, etc.
They got us coding in school, as far as like these programs and stuff. They got us doing coding.
Right. But the Bible is coded.
It is.
You know,
it is.
That's the point.
That's why it's a mystery.
Yeah. It says especially for the purposes of secrecy. Like you just said, it's a mystery. The word code is a code.
The barcode, right? Revelation, since I mentioned that, Revelation 13 breaks down the barcode. 13 and 17, when it talks about the 17, it talks about that breaks down the barcode, man.
I got a little bit more of the synonyms, right? And it says to cipher. The opposite of decipher, or the opposite of cipher is to decipher, right? We're deciphering the code. You know what I'm saying? Getting the secrets out of the scripture, right? And then it says secret writing, secret language, right? A coded message, right? And then it says key, right? The Lord said that He gave to Peter the keys to the kingdom of heaven. So the Lord gave us the keys, those codes, you know what I'm saying, to for His secret, man.
That's why you gotta break it down.
That's why you gotta break it down.
Yep. Break it down.
Yep.
And it's a code within a code.
Yeah.
Because the codes are within the Bible. They tell you how to read it, precept, line upon line, every little there, little.
When it comes, when it comes to coding, you got to define the function. You got to define the coding for the coding to work, and you got to manipulate it and duplicate it. Inside of another code is really confusing. But that's one thing that these people cannot do, which is copy our coding. That's why when these Christians try to come out here, they can't do it.
Yeah, they hypocrites. But the second definition for code is to program instructions. Right, the Lord put us with those instructions to program.
This is a big instruction. 2 Timothy 3:16 breaks that down.
That's not a book of Eli. I think somebody said that earlier.
Yeah, God, that was up here.
The word was in them. They was trying so hard to find what was going on, but it was in them.
That's why when you wake up to the word, a light. All of us had that, As soon as we heard the word, it's like we woke
the light that no man can turn out.
Well, that's why I read Matthew 13 and 10, where He says He was going to give it to you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven. That's a code. I read that.
You go around telling family members, but they just can't get it. Because that's the first thing all of us did when we woke up to the truth. We tell our, some of us, some family members, you brothers, but when you wake up, you tell everybody, that first stage. But some people, you tell your family. Some people just can't get it. It's only meant for the elect. The ones you do tell, you might tell a cousin. You might tell another cousin. He might get it, but the other cousin might not.
That means it's only death is
right. That means,
And they got something called bro code. never hit a man in the balls. You know, even the Lord said that in the scriptures, right? You fighting another man, the woman can't just come out and just grab the man by the balls.
Well, you know
that's the code. They don't understand that. The women don't got no testicles to understand that.
Well, what that does is it damages. That damages sperm cells. You know, that's a serious thing. And you know, you even got women. Speaking about that, if for all you women that do that, you know, you're damaged. You know that's assault, right? But it don't matter. You know, on the internet, these women can say whatever, man. They're still not going to be held accountable, man. You know,
Well, it's also assault for men to wear tight pants.
it is.
Because when you're dealing with 90-degree temperatures outside and your body's at 99 degrees, the sperm cells, the temperature height increases from the heat. And once anything reaches a certain amount of temperature, that's like when you have a virus, your temperature rises so it can fight the virus, and it dies because it can't deal with the heat. So when your temperature, your body reaches maximum temperature, it also kills sperm cells. This is why they have this ideology of wearing tight pants and a woman wearing tight pants. Because after a man has sex with her the night before, it takes like 24, 48 hours. If she wears those tight pants, that's why they gotta wear those spandex. That's a part of Agenda 21. Yeah, when you get in the shower, I think I said this last week, a couple weeks ago. When you get in the shower, you get cold, your testicles draw up to you. Yes. Because they're trying to, we're robots, you know, biological machines. So the testicles draw up to you in order to keep your body warm. That's why the testicles do that. So your sperm cells can live. And in the summertime, the testicles will drop down. They're dropped down for a reason. But then they got us wearing tight underwear and tight pants, and now our nuts all drawing up, man. And that's killing sperm cells. But they didn't know the children of Israel is very, very.
Hey, you can do whatever, man. You can do whatever.
Hey, look, man, you can try to kill out sperm cells. That ain't working.
You got Israelites out there. You know, I'm talking about men out there with fucking 2 inches and shit, man. Still pushing out children, man. You know, that's real shit. And you know, a lot of these men, they don't give a shit. They'll admit it. I don't give a shit. Niggas be having like five children.
Yeah.
You know, they got shit rocking like 2 inches and shit. Like, what the fuck what's going on with you?
Because you know why? Because the woman's cavity, see, that's the ignorance.
That's the ignorance.
They never taught in sex education.
You know what? There was a short video on that. That's crazy. This little boy had a bottle. I don't know. I can't remember. It was an empty bottle, and he said, "So this is the woman, and this is me going up in there." He said about maybe 6 to 8, 6, 7 to 8 inches or whatever. He said, "This is me going up in there," and he was trying to jam it through.
I seen that.
He was trying to jam it through. He's like, "God damn, I feel sorry for y'all bitches out there." you know, because like you said, that's the ignorance. You can only take what's so much.
A woman's original cavity is only about 5 inches. Yep. 4.5 inches. That's your fucking finger.
Okay.
It only is designed to stretch to whatever you have. Okay. It's elasticated. So if you got 4, if you got 7, 8, you will adjust to that man. And then the psychologists even say that your mind ain't fully developed until you're like 16, 17. Well, the reason for that, because you're supposed to grow with one another. A woman's mind is supposed to develop along with you so she becomes part of you. So go ahead and
Basically the same thing. A woman is meant to have one man.
So whatever she
know,
right.
You know.
But if she done had 20 men,
right.
she gonna be like, that's the hit. Damn, he ain't like the other man. This and that. In other words, no man would ever be good enough. Because she'll like a little of this man for this and a little of that man for that, and that brings confusion.
They're never satisfied.
Then that sperm,
portable market.
the cells, yeah.
Oh, it never leaves. Yeah, it's there for life. Like every man, they did research on autopsy when they split your head open.
It's men sperm cells on a woman's brain.
Yeah. Every person she lay with, their sperm cells in their brain.
that some sperm is more dominant, you know what I'm saying, than others. So it's the Lord that tries to want to hit.
Wow. Like they're gone. You know, sperm's a spirit.
Yeah, but if you with if you're a woman and you're with the Lord, you can repent. And you're repenting from that. You know, over a period of time, man. The Lord does all, man. He'll erase that shit.
That's part of that growing together with you, man. With that man's DNA, just to see that woman start growing and she start, having some of the characteristics of that man. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why women start copying what you say, what you do, and all that.
One of the week of justice.
Let me get a scripture real quick.
Genesis 2:18. And the Lord God. You say you were still waiting on it? Yeah, it's all good. It's all right. You see it right after that.
No, it's all good. No, it's all good.
And the Lord Yahweh said, it is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helpmeet for him. Right? And the Lord already knew that helpmeet wasn't going to be right.
No, because like how we were supposed to be into the Most High, man. You know, into the
He
Lord.
already knew.
You know, he made us a stiff-necked people, right? And now that we went on, he said, "Well, I'm gonna make your woman go on." You know, not just your woman, your men too. Everybody just going the hell off, man. Doing what they want to do, right? So really, we deserve. You got a lot of people out there saying we so-called black people didn't deserve that. Yeah, we did. Yes, we do. Yes. On so many levels, yeah, so-called black people do deserve slavery, man. But at the same time, it's getting ready to reverse back on these devils, man.
That's what the scripture say when this was the people, the peaceful city, Jerusalem. This was Zion. They look at us. Our enemies look at us like that. The Lord look at us like that. We were like, oh, already niggas out on the streets. Now the gas station's selling weed now.
Yeah, weed.
Selling all kind of
marijuana.
You go to the gas station, there's 50 niggas right there asking you, do you want some weed? Now the gas station's selling weed now, man.
Hey, might as well, man. Make more money. Get the niggas off the corner, man. Bring the money to us.
Niggas be out there all day for $20.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Going back into 2nd Ezra 5. And I'm gonna jump down to 4 now. It says, "But if the Most High grant thee to live, thou shalt see after the 3rd trumpet." That's what I was mentioning earlier. Thou shalt see after the 3rd trumpet that the sun shall suddenly shine again, and it says let me read it again. It says, "But if the Most High grant thee to live, thou shalt see after the 3rd trumpet." All right, that the sun shall suddenly shine again in the night, and the moon thrice in the day. You go to the sun and the moon as wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Right. All right. And it said thrice. When you talk about 3 times, that's why we say Baba Kasha, Baba Kasha, Baba Kasha. Right? That's 3 times. Please, 3 times. 3 is pretty much wisdom. All right, when you look at that. All right.
Flying baseball, they got 3 strikes.
3 strikes, and you're out. Right? This is why you have World War I, World War II, World War III. Now that 3rd trumpet again. It said the wisdom, the sun. It said the sun and the moon is going to shine again, right? That's us remembering our wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. That's us standing out here. Yeah. And it said in the 3rd trumpet. We are in that 3rd trumpet pretty much right now, which was slavery, 16, 19, 16, 18, something like that. That was the 3rd trumpet. And then within one of those trumpets, I can't remember which one, but it was a Spanish war. It was mentioned in the Revelation. All right. But this is talking about, right, as we speak right now. All right. Verse 5. It says, "And the blood shall drop out of wood." And I mentioned that before. When you talk about wood, trees, let's talk about people. Blood dropping out of wood. The slaughter of the Lord is going to be many, man. All right. And trees do bleed too. They bleed. That's why they represent people, because they bleed. Wow. Sad.
We were just watching it. We were just reading the story where it said the wood swallowed them up.
Yo, y'all are more information. You're more information than the fucking teacher that was in school. Excuse me. I'm on a cross, my bro. I'm sorry. Well, of course, my dream. I did not know that. I know y'all. I did not know the stuff. I
shit they read.
Hey, technically, yeah. It pretty much is, you know,
I mean, it's cool as shit.
yeah,
I mean,
it is. It is.
you know what I mean? That's cool, man.
It is.
Like, I'm getting this talk, man.
They drink, they eat food. You know,
They got melanin.
They reincarnate. You know,
It's hard.
you know, they
You said that we like the devil? No, we don't like the devil. But we happy the devil's doing what he's doing.
See, this is what. See, that's why the scripture is saying what it's saying. Blood dropping out of wood. That's them, man. You know, because
Yo, did you see that?
Examples always come by.
That was so grand. Oh, the Lord.
Right?
You know what I'm saying?
All I can
Yo,
say
it's
is,
hard,
a lion.
bro.
Y'all know what I'm
Yo,
talking
y'all.
about. A lion.
You know what I'm saying?
Listen, that's the first time.
It's hard to talk to people Mayan.
Like
AG.
That they're a prime example as the Lord always bring. Like, watch this. It says, and the stone shall give his voice, and the people shall be troubled. What is it talking about? A stone giving his voice. This is a direct precept of Daniel 12. The stone breaking the statue, smiting the statue upon the feet. That's what that is. So when the stone, meaning Yahweh Shai, right? Again, that's so for anybody that say so-called Jesus isn't mentioned in the Old Testament, read this. When they talk about the stone, to read Daniel 12, right? It talks about the stone. That's how it's that's so-called Jesus, right? Coming back to the story, man. Like that, right? That's a prime example.
That could have been either one of us. You know, those 2/3. No, that could have been any one of us.
I mean, even still today, you know, you may have some brothers that get simple and stuff like that, and, you know, which we are all liable to get simple, you know, but
It's just a weird box.
we work with brothers. You know what I'm saying? We don't want we don't worry in brothers falling out, leaving, or any of those things. You know what I'm saying? We hope brothers get into this thing and continue to grow. You know what I'm saying? We understand that you're gonna have foolishness with you. You know, we work with brothers, man. You know, because we want brothers to work with you. You know, and that's what Yahweh Shai ultimately said with this scripture in Matthew 25 and 34. It says, "Then shall the king say unto them," on 25 and 32. Unless you want to get this, I can get 32. I will get 31. It says, when the Son of Man shall come, Matthew 35, 25 and 31. It says, when the Son of Man shall come in his glory and the holy angels with him, then shall he sit upon the throne of his glory. It says, and before him shall be gathered all nations. And he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd divides his sheep from the goats. Right? It says, and he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. But the Christian church, Jesus loves. Yeah, I know. We coming to separate. Jesus walks, you know, and a goat, you know, is different than a lamb. You know, goats have different. They have different setup. You know, goats have. I think the sheep have eyes that go up and down. The goats have eyes that go side to side.
Yep.
You know, that's right. They got the eyes up and down.
They both have different eyes.
Yeah, they got different eyes. You know, that's the whole makeup of goat. You got goats that climb up mountains, sheep or stay together. You know what I'm saying?
And dwell in the mountains like Esau.
Yeah.
The lambs on
What's crazy is they made an animal wicked. Right. Yeah, they done made an animal wicked. Goats are good, but they worship the ram and made it to a half man, half demon, and a transformer. Yeah, you know, they just make everything wicked, man. You know,
Prophet, the rainbow. When it's the promise. When it's the promise.
we just seen one.
And they,
We just saw a full one not too long.
Okay.
A couple months ago.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we just saw a full one all the way around. We ain't see that.
Wow.
Yes,
It is. That's a heck of a promise, ain't it? It really is. Good golly, Miss Hart. You know, that's his calling card. You understand? Absolutely.
They say, then shall the king say unto them on his right hand, come, ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. And when you go into the sheep, you know, you got the sheep, they're together. And the Lord says that if it's one sheep that goes astray, that shepherd go out there and get that sheep. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how precious the sheep are. You know? So it says, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the earth. I mean, of the world, which means from the whole beginning of the world. And what you'll realize is the people that are of the elect, they was the ones that was there in Genesis 1, the first chapter. Those angels that brothers speak about, God, right? That's the elect. From the very beginning. He created everything.
This is 1 Timothy 4:4. It says, "For every creature of God is good, and nothing be refused." And
Nothing to be refused.
right, the Lord takes care of us because we're as creatures unto Him.
Right.
Just like even like farmers. Farmers, for example, they take care of the animals. They got pigs and everything. They're not eating them, right? But they take care of them. We are set to be taken care of and to do the taking care of. Right. That's why we are natural earth healers. We tend to the soil, to the plants and everything.
Even mice, they good. After they clean up the you know, their purpose. Like Brad said.
Yeah, they have
mice. I thought about it, you know.
Yeah, shit,
You don't want
roaches.
them around,
Right.
you know. But it's a purpose.
When the Most High created the earth, sun, the angels created the earth, they said, well, we're going to create this, but we need something to counter that. Then they created that and say, well, we need something to counter that. Then they created the fish and say, well, we need something when they died, some got to eat them bastards. Yeah. Let's create a shark.
That was the world, the biggest science project
ever. Then the shark died. What we going? When they dropped to the bottom, what the hell are we going to use to clean them up?
I always thought that was like
some roaches. Crabs.
Like,
Crabs.
Yo, that's
cool.
They do. I'm talking about when they fall to the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
The bottom feeders.
I always thought that the science projects in school, I always thought that was kind of nice, you know. Sometimes you had to go home and get a little cardboard box, you know. Some people actually fix it up and all that stuff, make it look nice.
You know what's funny? With even animals, they have territories. Sea creatures have territories.
Yeah.
And it's like we have territories.
Right.
We have tribes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what's that everything in order?
Right.
In order for the earth, the sun to correlate, they gotta have the ozone. To protect us from the radiation.
So
That goes to show you that they make the earth perfect as it is.
Right. So that the elect brothers could have made lions. You could have been the person that made that. Made whatever type of animal.
Genesis 1:26.
Whatever it is, you buy like an elephant. You probably help put it on that. Hey, and that's gonna be we have fun doing that. If we have to elect, you have fun doing that.
That's why when we walk around with trash, we don't like seeing trash.
That's why.
They put a little trash can on the bus stop, and then you got Dunkin' Donuts bags sitting still right in there with a fucking full trash can, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say this too. That's why you gotta enjoy doing this work. Because if you enjoy doing this work, that means you enjoy whatever the Lord throw in front of you, man.
Yeah, our job is to be the next judges on the earth. We're making judgment, we're pronouncing judgment to the wicked, right? So the Lord can return and do His thing. You ever see what's his name? Independence Day, and at the end, him and Will Smith was sitting in the plane, and he said, "Did you plant the virus?" And he said, "So you can just go ahead and then y'all can just do your thing, So we're the planners of that contrary virus to the system. So your house child can come, go ahead and do your thing, and clean this shit up, man.
Sort of like the announcers. Like, the Lord don't do things unless, He announces it. Announcing it's coming, like He's coming back.
The whole bunch shines so beautiful, man. Because if let's say the tree, for example, right? Like you made the tree, but then he compacted it to put it into a seed. That makes you grow into the tree. Like the Lord is so beautiful.
He's bad.
Like,
He's cool, man. Yeah, that's like
us. Yeah. Little piece of seed, like
cells.
That's what confused me about vegan. They think I don't eat meat because it's
All opposed to cells.
They're living. Plants live. Broccoli lives. They
Mm.
go from something.
Right.
Another thing I was thinking. Oh,
We're gonna get the scripture too.
another thing, I was driving across the bridge. See how even this building, you see the bridges, but we small, but we can create bigger things. You know, the structures, certain structures. That's all the Lord. You know, the Lord gave us the power and the strength and the knowledge to do that. Genesis 1 and
We back up everything from the Bible. I don't want to make 1,000 points.
it says, this Genesis 1 and 26, it says, and God said, let us make man in our image,
That was the powers.
after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea,
Right,
and over the fowls of the air,
right,
and over the cattle, and over all the earth.
right. So we're supposed to have dominion over that. Now, put the camera around on that, man. We wouldn't allow them creatures in an aquarium to be shoved in some container and have some goddamn spectators. What does that do? That depresses them, man. Like when you go to a slaughterhouse and they're going to slaughter animals, when they slaughter the animals, you're not supposed to have all the animals watching the other ones get slaughtered. They're similar to humans, where they, like if we sat up there and we knew we was next to get killed,
Yes.
our adrenaline would pump. And then you would get that extra adrenaline, like they like to drink the spirit cooking and everything.
I told the teacher that his name's Dr. Soul, you know, about you know, when it comes to killing, the adrenaline releases. He's a science teacher. The adrenaline releases into the bloodstream. And he always said, well, I heard about that.
Yeah, because he don't know. And then what happens is when adrenaline releases into the blood, it kind of poisons the meat. So when we eat kind of poisoned meat. That chicken, that beef, mainly the beef, the pork, and all that. We should be eating pork anyway. But I'm talking about lawful food. Like that's why when you went hunting, the deer didn't know what was coming, and he done. And you go, you kill a deer, you clean it. You're just supposed to have 1,000 deers lined up. Yep, you're next. You're next. And each deer looking at the other deer get killed. They're gonna start jumping and going crazy. Yeah. Their heart, their adrenaline pumping, because they don't want to die. This man is a pure devil. Yeah. Paul said everything should be done decently and in order, and it ain't in order. This man is completely out of order, man. Killing animals right, man. It's crazy. They can't even kill animals right. You know, there's laws against that stuff, man. The earth is supposed to plant. You're supposed to let it replenish. The earth has natural silver and gold. We're supposed to be eating that. That's supposed to be refreshing the fruits and the animal. I mean the trees and the vegetables. So this is why they got to spray all these toxins and repellents. Yeah. Because the natural enzyme that's in plants isn't there anymore because they don't prop the ground right. There's something called a land savage. You're supposed to let the earth rest. They don't never let it rest. Now, hell, they don't even mess with it no more. They just build a big cage and grow this shit in a building.
Yeah, they'll hire a few people, walk around, pick up a few pieces of trash up on the ground. They don't even do it because they care about the earth, man. They just do it just to keep the tourist attractions neat, looking neat, looking nice, half decent. Look, man, I don't care how much trash you pick up off this earth, man, off the ground. This earth will never be clean if you continue to take the cleanup out of the ocean, off of the land. Pork, pigs, that's cleanup, right? Lobsters, crabs, shrimp, all that stuff, that's cleanup.
Which they don't teach you in school.
They don't teach you that in school. So when you're taking all that out of the ocean, everybody's wondering why the ocean stays so dirty. Because you're eating the cleanup.
Right.
You are eating crabs. You are what you eat. That means a crab ate a dead body out of the ocean.
That means when you eat a crab, you ate that body that crab ate. A lot of that stuff don't cook out, man. You know what they teach us? There's a reason. There's a reason why you can't. Once that crab dies, you can't eat it. That's something wrong right there.
Lobster.
Right? Lobster. That's something wrong right there.
Yeah, when a lobster dies, you got maybe like 2-3 hours to eat that, to cook that lobster, or it releases a natural bacteria that'll make you sick and kill you. That's why when you go into buy lobster, they're alive. Crabs too, they're alive. They gotta cook them while they're alive, right? And the reason why they do that because they carry a certain bacteria that helps clean up the ocean. See, and that bacteria is released when you kill them. See, when that bacteria is released, when a lobster dies, because lobsters got to die too. When they die in the ocean, they release a bacteria. That particular bacteria brings other animals in to clean that up. You see what I'm saying? So the Most High did everything correct.
He's a fucking million.
Yep. He's the top.
Yeah, man, that's like the sign is fucking second to nice.
He's the true scientist.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
The true herbalist, the true
yeah.
everything.
Right.
It's like, that's why I have
That's crazy. Man,
sure.
that's crazy.
Crazy. What did I call earlier? Go ahead, read that.
This is Ezekiel 4:13. And the Lord said, even thus shall the children of Israel eat their defiled bread among the Gentiles.
Bread doesn't just mean a loaf when you go to get Wonder Bread. We had a debate with some guy about that. He was like, with Esau and the bread and the lentils or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. Bread is talking about food. It's only Western culture that label bread as dough. Yeah, that's another terminology. But I'm talking about in the terminology of food.
Why are you debating about stuff like that?
Bread just means food.
That's all it is, man. You know, because Jake always got to, show.
Who got that in the blue letter? Look at that blue letter. Because there's people who don't believe that. They think it's just talking about bread so you can eat pork and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know what they taught at school? That 600-pound health teacher, she said that pork is healthy.
You said what is healthy?
She said this 600-pound health teacher said that pork is healthy.
Yeah, because why? It got some vitamins.
Right.
It's good for the earth, right?
That's what it would be to her.
That's why it got some vitamins in it. Everything got vitamins in it. You would never pick up a roach and eat it. A roach needs vitamins to live. Everything living needs vitamins. But that doesn't mean it's good to eat. Right?
Do you believe in eating pork? You're not supposed to eat pork. She said, I don't care.
You're the problem with the herb. You're the problem with the herb. You're eating to clean up. It's because of people like you.
This porky.
It's probably Israelites. Somebody get Jeremiah 2:21. We're gonna show you. This is a prime example. Probably Israelites, man. She love pork. That's because she love that pink swine, man. The pink swine.
Example.
Yeah.
It does it every
Example come by every time, don't it? What's going on? The God's agreeing with us.
Can I read this real fast?
Yeah, go ahead. You just made
This is bananas, bro. It says how neurotoxins in crabs causes brain damage. It says high levels of domicide acid in crabs have led to a fishing ban by the California Fish and Game Commission. So just backing up what the brother said about how the crabs release toxins when they die.
Yeah.
It causes brain damage and killing. Studies on that.
Yeah, even lobsters. So when there's no cleanup in the ocean, those things die. In fact, everything gives off a bacteria when it dies. Even us, when we die, we start to swell, start stinking. That's bacteria. Your bacteria, what do they call that, rigor mortis and everything. Bacteria is now setting in because our body's got bacteria in it to break down even after we die to help us start cleaning up. going back to the earth. That's why you do what? You decompose. Think about it. That's the last active thing that's in your body when you die. Something's got to do it. If that's the case when you die, you just lay there and stay there. You lay there, what happens is you start decomposing, and it gives off a chemical reaction for the animals to come eat it and let it know you're dead.
Your body is composed of cells, and then
Right.
when you decompose, it's literally like destroying itself.
It's destroying itself. So, and it's saying, look, it's kind of like when we cook and you smell it in the house. Damn, that smells good.
Yes.
That's what it's like to an animal. You know, that is meant to clean up. He smells it like flies and everything else.
Yeah.
They love that shit, man. You know?
Damn, that's cool.
Like, go ahead.
I mean, it makes sense.
It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, got this scripture for you. 2:21. Yeah, this is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 2, verse 21. It says, "Yet I have planted thee a noble vine." He talked about the Israelite. He planted us noble.
Yep.
Right? Only a right seed. Right. All right. It says, how then art thou turned into a degenerate plant, degenerate of a strange vine unto me? Right. So I said, he's asking to now, we'll look at it as a degenerate plant to the Lord, man. You know, we're doing everything as the heathen, right? We're lining our hairs up. Oh man, I'm glad you said that. I was bumping. Yep. Because the thing about lining up your hair, man, you cannot see your lineup. You know what I'm saying? So you're doing all that stuff for other people to see. You'll never be able to see your lineup, man. And that's what you're doing that because you don't have a confidence. Right. A lot of guys when they get a lineup, they get all of a sudden confidence because you feel what the word confidence means. What faith? Because you have faith, right? If you don't have no confidence, you don't have no lineup, right? And you know, like, oh, I can get whatever, I can do whatever. You saying that because you got faith, man. You don't need to have no lineup. Yeah, there was guys that would come to camp, put that bandana around their head. It's only like 10 degrees outside. Like, what do you need a bandana? And I'm looking at him like a third eye. I'm looking over at him. Yeah, I know you got this. Because you can see the top of the head. Yeah, you fresh cut. But you had that fresh cut. I knew you had that lineup. So they'll put on that bandana in the wintertime. It'll be thick, too. It'll be kind of, hey, nigga, you ain't sweating at 10 degrees. What you need a bandana for? Hey, I know what it is. Then they'll match it with that garment like this, or they'll get a nice blue one like this. Since I got a lot of gold on, they'll put the blue with the gold trimming in the bandana. Hey, Jake will add 7%, man. They try to cover up. But guess what the Lord says? Somebody get that Luke 12:32. Luke 12 and 32, I think. 12 and 23 or something, man. Let's look in the mirror, which is vanity at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So when you go through life, you got to get shaped up. You feel confident about yourself. That's a false sense of confidence. And that's also with the women. The women get the fake hair, the makeup. They feel confident. They feel special about themselves, right? I said it last week at camp. Take off that wig and makeup and get the man that you really deserve, man. These niggas ain't gonna pay no attention to you. You get that, you know, you wear your natural hair, niggas ain't gonna look at you like you special. You know? So it's us, man, we don't need that stuff to feel special about ourselves, man. You know, we was made in the Lord's image, and that's how we don't worry about getting the lineup, man. I was sitting in the bar seat, getting a fade taper. Now, if you're not in the truth, you know, there's no big deal. You got this IUIC camp, there was brothers coming up to listen, and the guy had a hat on, and he said, if you're going to stand up here and take the hat off, we would never tell nobody that. They're not praying or prophesying. They're not really in the congregation. You know what I'm saying? They're you know, we're trying to wake them up. You could, like, when I first came into the truth, and somebody told me to follow a holy day, they were going off. And you'd be going off. Not even if I came into the truth, but I just came up to listen. You know, you're not supposed to go to church on Sunday. Which is true, you tell them that, but if they go, they go. You can't force them at that point to follow the Sabbath day. You know, you have to make sure you follow the Sabbath day. This is your first day learning about the truth. You gotta let them do what they do and hope that they pray and the Lord deal with them. You know, because some people gonna go back to church.
Well, IUIC need to do, man. They need to, you know, fix some of that confusion they got going on. Two different camps in your congregation. You got two different camps teaching two different things about what digital TV is. Before you get on anybody, man, you need to clean that shit up because that's not good for.
Yeah, what's his name? Captain something.
Captain.
No, that's IUIC.
That's what they are.
He was one of the captains. I did a video on it. He was teaching the MOTV is it don't have anything to do with us. It only has everything to do with nations. The other guy said it doesn't have anything to do with following Christianity. So basically, well, you know what happened? Basically, they all come up with their own interpretation of what the mark is.
Yep.
The MOTV is. As long, and they're just not gonna have a problem with it. As long as they say it's not what we say it is, they're all fine.
Wow.
That's the problem.
Wow.
Go ahead. Did you get that?
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It was
He got it.
Yeah,
Well,
I got it. Yeah. All right. I think that he had it. All right, Luke 7, 8, 17. Yep, this book of Luke, chapter 8, verse 17. It says, "For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad."
Well, that's why with that thing with Kanye, this stuff is being released, even though he's bugged out. Yeah, it's all being revealed now, man. He even exposed the industry to a degree. Talk about if he had to label an animal, he know what was going on, man.
That's the shit he had to do. That's pretty much it. When you talk about something, why is that the first thing that comes to your head? Because you know, because they got look, man, they got Jake doing all types of shit up in there, man, and it's freaky. And a lot of times I don't even like think about it, but it's what it is, right? That's why we continue to say that these guys are freaks, man. You know, and even though we say that that they don't really do it out of like, you know, they do it really for just dominance. They're still freaks. These guys, they may not believe in, I guess, the homo so-called, but technically they do because they're the heads of it.
They put it out there, but the top elites, they don't even do that shit.
They don't.
They keep their bloodline straight.
Yep. But that still makes them a homo. They still makes them homos though. They're wicked, you know, because they're wicked. That still makes them it's just as freaky as they even get off on that. They even get off on that seeing Jake broken like that. They get off on that. They like that shit.
They got a book called Satan's Angels Exposed. This is a good book, you know, because some of these people, you know, that be insiders, they get out and they tell, they tell all books about what happened. You know what I'm saying? But that book, Satan's Angels Exposed, is a good book. They're going to how the Illuminati was formed, secret societies and stuff like that. But yeah, the secret with that scripture with Luke, that the brother just brought out, the secrets in the mind. Also, you know what I'm saying? That's how the Lord puts the spirit on us to be able to see when somebody is going off. They ask a certain question, and all that stuff through the scriptures. You know, we know it through the scriptures. You know, we know what people be thinking before they even think it themselves. You know, we know what people are into. We know their belief, their everything. You know, you can't pull a school one over the Lord. You know, it's meant. You know, and I'm not me, but other brothers. You know, that's why the Lord got the body. Our he knows all those things. He knew Judas was a devil before he even did what he was going to do.
You know, you got people that walk by us. I see the lady shake her head.
Yeah, wow.
But the Jake stand on the corner selling crack, smoking weed, gun violence, you know, shooting each other, robbing stores. They would never walk by and shake their head at them. What about the Bloods and the Crips? Why don't y'all shake y'all head at them? Right? What happened to Black Lives Matter? Why is Black Lives Matter concerned with black? Right? Black Lives Matter is only concerned with a white cop shooting. But when Negroes shoot each other, it don't matter anymore. When the little girls get blown away and snatched in minivans, these same mothers and women, they don't march and say the lives matter anymore. I get tired of seeing these ignorant, sick Negro women all by talking about Black Lives Matter, but when we go by the Planned Parenthood, it's only white women standing out there complaining about that, man. Right? Because they need an out to commit wickedness.
Yay. And his book, he brought out the Barker's finger. You know?
He got that from us.
Yeah,
And we've been saying that. When he said that like that 2 years ago.
You better know.
Hey, Kanye West got to send some of
You
that.
better know.
He probably was that guy that Matthew, the rich man.
Oh, yeah.
He got
You know, the
better know.
sample to go through the eye of a needle.
You got
But let's talk about a building, not an actual
I
needle.
think you said earlier, man, if you're a celebrity, man, just
Shut
shut
up.
up.
Just shut the hell up.
Look, man, you while we was out here saying everything that Kanye is saying right now, he was up there getting bent over and shit, man. Grabbing ankles. Kanye was getting bent over, man. We don't want to hear no more of that bullshit, man. We've been saying that, and we filtered through the scriptures, man. We carry proof, right? Yeah, I did a video on talking about that Harriet Tubman. Oh yeah, like 3 days after I did the video, Kanye comes out.
Biblical defense.
Yeah, Harriet Tubman, she really didn't do anything.
Yeah.
I broke the whole thing down, man. Facts. And then all of a sudden he comes out with the story 3-4 days later, man. And everybody looking at him like he came up with it. Facts. Come on, man. Come on, man. Guess what, though? The Lord is going to exalt his men. Because guess what? He signed that name in blood. There's only one. Get Matthew 16:26, brother. Matthew 16 and 26. Yep. But what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?
Whether he's controlled opposition or not, he's realizing that the people who really know the world try to help. You know? And as much as he's trying to be cool, calm, and collected now, you know, and like everybody is the people in the world, they hate him. The people who he's trying to speak to, they hate him. You know, but he gave the world and lost his soul, man. He's trying to get that back, man. You done lost it already, man.
There's only one way out. Get Romans 1:26.
Yeah,
There's only one way out. You ain't recovering from that.
he's not going to give up his riches. You know, he's not going to give that up.
The only way it's going to happen because he's under collateral to them. He's going to have to die. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, this is Ecclesiastes 13 and 23. This says, when a rich man speak, every man hold his tongue and look what he saith, then exalted to the cloud. But if the poor man speak, they say, what fellow is this? And if he stumbles, they will help him return.
The scripture says a rich man has many friends and a poor man has none. But you gotta understand, Kanye, I mean, rich. None of them really rich. No, man, he was talking about it earlier. You know, you put it up earlier. Money ain't dead.
The bank just said, no, we don't want you to go. You know, the bank just took his millions of dollars and said, fuck you. Get it out of our bank.
It's not his money. Yeah. First of all, none of this money is our money. To be honest, none of this shit belongs to us. It all belongs to the Lord. You know?
What was that scripture? Again, that scripture is brought up.
Yeah, this is the book of Romans chapter 1, verse 26. It says, for this cause, the Most High gave them up unto vile affections. Go to 25. All right, this book, verse 25. It says, who changed the truth of the Most High to a lie, right? And worship and serve the creature more than the Creator, right? Who is blessed forever among. All right, well, amen. It says here. All right, verse which means so let it be, right? It's verse 26. It says, for this cause the Most High gave them up unto vile affection. Yep. So it says the Most High gave them up to a vile affection. So yea. It's good he took con off because con simply means agree. But yay, which really goes to he agrees. You know,
Nice.
Go ahead.
This shit down. That's all. That's all.
It says, well, even their women did change the natural use to that which is against nature.
That's Hollywood. Go ahead.
100%. Verse 27, it says, and likewise, also the men, all right, leaving the natural use of the woman,
Leaving the natural use of the woman.
burned in their lust one toward another.
Did you know a lot of Hollywood, a lot of those relationships are set up? That go back to Rome. They were, what'd you say?
So he was saying that Kim Kardashian, the Jewish people would tell her to do certain things. They would tell her to do certain things and she would have to do it. Because they shut that marriage up, man.
A lot of that is. A lot of them are flames. So what they did is like the NBA, the NFL athletes back in the day, NBA athletes, they had to make a good picture for the contract, for the betterment of sports. Because everybody, even if you was a politician, you had to have a wife. The president never comes in there without a first lady, right? You had to do that because that goes back to Rome. Even though they were flames and flippers, they always put that image in there, and that was the deception. Flames and flippers.
I wasn't that, but I was listening.
Flippers.
Also focused.
They had to do that, for the people to promote a good image. It's good for the business. They understand it's about man and woman, but they in what you call a secret society does the total opposite. Letting you know we're working iniquity behind the works of God. That's why they do that. They're doing it that's why Michelle Obama.
Yeah, whatever works,
That's what he said. He made a mistake. He said, Michael and I. Did he say that? Who is Michael? And then some guy said he saw the video. I couldn't stand to watch that. Of showing them getting down. And showing Michael. Crazy. He said, all Michael was acting. Crazy.
Wow.
This shit is on YouTube. Yeah, they took it down, I'm sure. The guy was explaining what he saw in those parties. We can't speak on that now. You heard what happened to Joan Rivers. Yeah.
That surgery.
Clip.
Yeah.
Clip.
Yeah.
Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. Wow.
It says men working that which is unseemly.
So wait a minute. I thought Leviticus 20 and 17 was it 2017?
Oh, man, something like that. Oh, 18.
What's that? 18.2 what? No, it's in Leviticus. Yeah, the law. Is it 20? Is it 20?
18 and 22.
18, it's in another one too. If a man lie with mankind, if you got
Yes.
to lie with the woman,
Leviticus 18 and 22. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. It's in 20 and 27 too. I know it. It's a multiple one.
Yeah,
I know it's in
it's
Leviticus 20 and 13.
I remember
It's 20 and 13.
Yeah. 20 and 13.
Leviticus 20 and 13 is in there too.
That's Leviticus 20 is all about the fornication.
Right. So it's in there.
Yeah.
But it's in 18 too. Anyway, brother.
Yeah.
It's 20 and 13 too, right?
Yes, 2013.
Yeah,
18 and 22.
The Lord
Yes, sir.
Emphasizes things, though. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
but then multiple times,
Yes.
we sit there,
And Paul
tell people over and over.
Right, and Paul reiterated. That's what Paul was doing. Everybody said Paul was this. The law is done away with. It was the God of the Old Testament. No, but yeah, it was the God of the Old Testament and the New Testament and Old Testament.
It's the same way with Jeremiah, but it said 11:14, pray not for this people, but 7:17. Right. He emphasizes things.
Yeah.
Oh, you should block on that.
What are you waiting on?
See what you're saying as far as Christians, saying that the law was done away with is the same reason why your cousin fucks your wife, man. You know, that's the same reason why it happened. Why your wife running around here doing whatever she's doing while you 500-600 pounds and a fucking motor chain shit in a grocery store. That's why, man. You know,
reason for the Oreo double stuff.
you're not following the dietary laws for shit, man. You're not following the anything the Lord told you to do. Right? The reason why you can't even tell you can't, like, you got 70 different Jesus out here now, man. Where does that come from? By you saying the Lord's done away with.
That's why we screwed. That's why we screwed. I talked to this one guy. He said, my wife always told me she know the Bible. Just throw out the laws. Of course she gonna say that.
He just got the vaccine though, right? I'm talking about the jump shot. I call it the vaccine. You know, he just got that, right? Yep. But that's what he just said. Nice. You know, y'all Christians, man.
And he calls you Moses.
I said, if you call me Moses, then do as Moses said to do this. You know what I'm saying? Don't call me Moses. I ain't Moses. You know, I just want to be a man of the Lord. That's because he was coming with me with certain things of the Bible he wanted to know. I said, all right, I'll teach him a little bit. And then he went, told his wife, well, my wife told me about the laws. You ain't really got to do them.
Yeah.
I said, well, wait a minute. There's a thing called grace and mercy, right? If you get pulled over for doing 50 miles an hour in a 15-mile-an-hour zone, and he gives you a warning, that's a mercy ticket. That don't mean to keep doing this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man.
The grace spirit fulfills, right?
Right.
Even with that, you have a grace spirit. That doesn't mean no pay.
Right.
They just give you a time, you know, that you can make it up and pay the bill. But you still have to pay, or your shit won't get cut off.
It also goes to show just because they learn or whatever. Who got that? Romans 11:7. 11:7. Romans 11:7. Yeah, get that.
Yeah, this is the book of Romans, chapter 11.
As we talk, we just get, we remember scriptures that is. Go into that. Go ahead.
This is Romans chapter 11, verse 7. It says, what then? Israel have not attained that which he seeketh for.
Yeah, this guy really kind of believed what I was saying. But go ahead.
It says, but the election have obtained it, and the rest were blinded.
Right, that goes what he said in Matthew 13:10. That is given to you to know the mystery, but to them is not given. You got so many people out here trying to shoot you some type of bullshit out here, man. Glory, man, like that. It's all temporary, man. Like the elder said, just being a man of the Lord, man, is the best thing, man. You know, being a doorkeeper, I don't care if I gotta be that person with the rag, like the rag. Little spot on you, you know. I would even say that John the Baptist said that he wasn't even worthy of trying to shoot his out. But you got a lot of these people out here who are proud that feel as though that I'm in a relationship with the Lord. I'm in a relationship with Jesus. Yeah, Jesus, I'm saved. I'm saved. Jesus don't want you. That lady last Saturday. What did John say as well? And he said, Yahushua said, how you will baptize me. Yeah. He said, I'm not worthy. Yeah, I'm not worthy to be baptized. I'm not worthy to be baptized. I should be baptized by you. It's like, man, Yahushua was, man. Yeah. And not just it was Yahushua at the top, but you had the other men that got their wisdom, like Apostle Paul. He said, I'm the least of all apostles. But he was sharp. He was sharp on other levels, man. So that goes to show you whether you're a top apostle or the least of apostles. To be honest, we all apostles, right? We say our teachers is apostles, that we give them that title because they're the top men. Yes, and order. Everything is about order, man. I remember that vision that I had that I told you about Yahushua in the classroom. Right, man. That had me crying, man. Like 2 days. You say something about you would ask. He wanted me to ask him a question, but I didn't know what to ask him. I was that reverence. Wow, man. You see the Lord, you don't need to say nothing. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to speak. It's the most high son. Yeah, what you gonna ask him? They asked him when the kingdom coming. He said, I don't know. Only my father knows. That was so, man, he deserves so much respect, man. Going up on that cross, giving us, the access to this truth. that being that example,
die for us, you know. And he wants us to have that relationship.
Yeah, but what did he say? What was the main reason why Yahweh did it? He did it to die for the children of Israel, but the main reason, he said, I'm doing the will of my Father. My Father sent me to do it. That's basically it. And we're supposed to do the will of the Father. We're supposed to do what he said to do. Present our bodies as a living sacrifice.
Yeah.
Go ahead, brother. We're just doing the job.
First Chronicles 16 and 10. Glory ye in his holy name. Let the heart of
Oh, y'all Christians? Are y'all Christians? Do you believe in the Bible? Are you thumpers for the Lord? What? Thumpers for the Lord.
Look at the guy in the back, man. He wasn't there.
That's a heathen right there.
So
Boy.
the one way in the back, the one next to the woman.
With that little vessel on.
Yeah.
Like you going fishing or something. Go ahead, brother. I don't want to cut off
You gotta watch me on children, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got a tackle box, all right. But anyway. Oh, shit. They sick, man. Them fellas are sick, man. Oh, shit. They got a lot going on, man. That's why we out here.
Yeah, like Jeffrey Dahmer.
Why in the world did they decide to bring him back up after so many goddamn years? Why the hell they make that shit?
But they only do that for either. You know, there was a lot of Negroes that went around on killing sprees. They didn't give them an extra special.
Right.
You know, even in wickedness, these Edomites, they get great shows. And then the proceeds go to family and all that shit. What you say, brother? Oh, what's your name? Oh, okay. And they made a documentary. Right. But he ain't famous as Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer was eating people, man.
Yeah,
You're supposed to be trying to hide that from the dude. Damn.
right. They make it seem like he was just big, intelligent. Man, he was just a white looking Edomite that just got away to come.
Yeah, he was a death angel for the Lord.
Yeah, he got he got caught with bodies and they smelled cops. What's that smell? Oh, I was just doing some lawn and yeah, okay, you can go. Wow.
Get
But if it was a Negro,
oh my God. Somebody get
you would have got caught.
Yeah, it's Psalm 47 and 2. We read this every week. So we're gonna show you. We're gonna show you what's that.
When you said death angel for the Lord.
Yeah. We're gonna show you. And the Most High is
Scary. Scary.
This is Psalms 40.
Yeah, okay.
47 and 2. It says, "For the Lord Most High is terrible.
The Most High is terrible." Go ahead.
He is a great king over all the earth."
Get Jeremiah 10 and 23 real quick. He using the flames of death. Yep. It's going to back that up.
This is Jeremiah 10 and 23.
Here we go.
It says, "O Lord, I know that the way of man is not in himself."
So the Most High is the one control on the left-hand side, controlled Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer was a killer from the Lord.
It says, "It is not in man that walketh to direct the steps."
What man? All men and women. So you put that together. The Most High set this man up to come down and eat people. That's crazy.
That's scary.
What's his name? Stalin that killed all those people?
Yeah.
You know, Hitler and various others.
Yeah.
The Lord did that.
You know what was the sick thing about it? He said, they asked him, "Well, if you ever got caught, would you be doing this today?" He said, he said, "Yep." He said, "If I never got caught, I probably would be doing the same thing."
Yeah, because what happens is, somebody get Ecclesiastes 1 and 9, 1 and 11. We're going to show you what happened and why that happened. Okay? That's the brother got scripture. No. We're close anyway.
Yeah, he was having parts in a freezer, arms, and a refrigerator, and
all kinds of shit.
Yeah, all kinds.
He should have cut his own nuts out.
This is
You should have froze them bitches, dumped them up. Go ahead. See, them motherfuckers ain't gonna do it to themselves. Go ahead. You think you should have ate your own? Go ahead. 1 and 11.
11. Ecclesiastes 1 and 11. There is no remembrance of former things.
There's no remembrance of former things.
Neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after.
So apparently he did this in the past life. And what happens is when you die, come back, what makes you you? Your spirit dwelleth in your body, in your brain. It's like a computer processor. And what happens is when that spirit hits your brain, it teaches your brain. Your brain learns. In this realm, that's how the Lord comes in. We just had a song with that. That's how the Lord deals in this realm, in these bodies. That's why people say, well, why would Jesus come back? What do you need a chariot for? Because this is a realm that's a lower level of the realm he's in. So when your spirit dwells in your body, it calculates information. And then when you die, your brain dies. So that computer is dead. But that soul and that spirit goes back up to the heaven. But there's characteristics that's left over that you learned in life. And when you come back in the next life, it starts, it's like rebooting a computer. You can erase a hard drive, because I know computers do, but there's something still in that hard drive that's still there hidden. So when you come back, your soul inhabits another body, you tend to grow up doing the same thing you did in your past life. This is why a little child at 5 years old, he go get the baseball hat and the baseball, he starts swinging a bat.
Right.
What? Man. And then this is why people do what they do. Jeffrey Dahmer is only doing what he did in his past life. Right? Go ahead.
Imagine when we was in captivity when that devil was going on. We got that what they call karma. Because
Goes around, comes around.
Those people who ended up dying, they're going to come, especially the Israelites, they're going to come back in their right mind. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the scripture say that the Lord will put his anger and his fury into it. We're going to do according to his anger.
Yeah, when Solomon died, he came back as what's going to call Jesus. Now, the Lord said in 1 Kings, I believe the 11th chapter, that he would die, and if he committed iniquity, he would get the stripes of men, right? Solomon committed iniquity, right? Yes. He sinned against the Lord, committed all adulteries, he was in all kind of fornication. He just went as old man and died. He never got punished. That's why the scripture says, I will punish a man to the third and fourth generations. So he came back as the one you call Jesus, and he got the stripes of men. So the Lord is beautiful in how he does things. He allows him to go off just to bring him back to die for the children of Israel. He wasn't going to let his son get hold of the cross for no reason. The Lord does everything by a purpose, right? He wasn't just going to let him come. You're just going to die here for the children of Israel. No, you had to do something too. So in his past life, he had all the women. That's why in this life he came in, he didn't need any woman. Think about that.
Yes, that's all.
He had a lot of women.
That's all.
When he went up to the spirit world, the Lord took that shit, gave it to him, came back.
Yeah.
And Solomon, when Yahushua came back, I'm pretty sure there's a lot more things that he knew. And he dreamt and knew. He knew who he was. But there was a lot of things that he knew that probably wasn't all revealed to men.
Even some of the other people knew who he was.
Yeah, son of David. Even when he went to the woman at the well, and she was talking about the husband or whatever, or something she was saying, the heathen woman, he said, you have 5 husbands. And she said, he must not be right. Yeah. What you say? The one that you put not even your husband. You said, you have 5 husbands.
I was thinking like if King Solomon was here today, they got this term called slut shaming. They were slut shaming King Solomon. You know,
you also slut shame everybody because everybody slept with you. You know, everybody's sleeping around. Everybody. How you gonna slut shame one man for having different? First of all, a man ain't gonna be a slut anyway. So I don't know where to get that from. That was only good.
But they try to make it to where
see, they don't fear nothing.
Yeah,
that concrete, you hit one pothole, man. That's all right. Well, go ahead, brother.
When you look at the definition of slut shame, right? They're trying to say that women are trying to take that word back. You know, they're trying to take that word back. They're trying to make slut to be a good thing. You shouldn't slay them.
Hey, you know what? All right, be a slut.
But that woman can be a slut, but a man.
That's all good.
Oh yeah.
So we know in this circle, man, all of us know what we are as men, man. We know what we are as men.
We don't sugarcoat that shit.
Let these niggas, man, and these bitches have whatever the fuck they want to have, man.
They can have all of it. But we know what the role of a man and a woman is.
You see them, you know, you can't even have a window open throughout the day without hearing a couple of words. Why? Because nobody in that household know their place. The man don't know his place, the woman don't know her place, and the children also don't know their place.
And the dogs don't know their place.
And the dog apparently don't even know their place because they be having like whole houses to themselves and shit, you know, right? They have it to where you're not supposed to discipline your dog no more. Man, fuck that shit. I got to with y'all, man.
This is Revelation 3:19 and 20. It says, "As many as I love, I rebuke and chasten. Be zealous, therefore, and repent." It says, "Behold, I stand at the door and knock. If any man hear my voice and open the door, I will come in to him and will sup with him, and he with me." So right now we supping with the Lord, man. You know, as much as we're supposed to respect the Lord, honor the Lord in all our ways. Y'all about to smell shop. You know, the Lord, the scriptures say that He knows all of our the amount of hair that's on every one of our head. You know, the fact that we are in this truth. The fact that shows that the Lord loves you. The fact that He woke you up out of all these goddamn fucking dumbass people out here. You know? You say, I know my sheep. You know? With that John 17, where He said that none is lost except for the son of perdition. I believe that's in John. You know? Where He said none is lost. He ain't lose none of those left. You know? Because the Father is the one who ultimately, the Most High Yahweh, He's the one who ultimately gave us to Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? So the Lord, out of billions of people on this planet, man, little old us from Baltimore, Maryland, and followers or wherever, you know,
You're gonna have a lot of people.
you got to throughout the world.
You'd be surprised how many people follow us.
Yeah, you got
Follow the Lord, not us.
that probably was in Africa, jumping up and down. You know, who knows?
Who knows what they were
different
doing?
lives, man.
We was gangbangers and every couple more walks of life. I was never a cruddy Jake, but I was in the streets. I had compassion. I wouldn't sell no drugs to a woman that was pregnant. Jake don't care. Now, they'll say, all right, shorty, you know you really shouldn't be doing that, right? But he's doing it. There you go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jake don't have no conscience. Jake not getting put up there. So the only way, the bottom line is the only way they know who we are. That was the title. They know who we are. We are waking up. What's that scripture? Isaiah 53? I believe it's 53 and 1. Awake, awake. Put on our strength. You get that real quick. Go ahead.
This is Psalms 84 and 10. It says, "For a day in thy court is better than 1,000. I'd rather be a doorkeeper in the house of my God than to dwell in the tents of wicked."
Well, but that's not him. It's not him. Most of the majority of celebrities are miserable. You had that thing. What is his name? Gaga or whatever. Yeah. Gaga. I call it a lady. He got mirrors. They took all the mirrors out of his face. Wow. You can't look in the mirrors. They see the other side of the square.
What?
Michael Jackson was going through that too. You know? These people are warlocks, man. They're witches and warlocks. Because he was, Michael Jackson was seeing apparitions and spirits and stuff. He was going crazy, man. All of them do. You go to most of the celebrity houses, look at them houses. They talk about those big houses, and they'll say to walk through the house, you'll rarely see mirrors.
You know what? No, right.
You know?
When they show them,
They'll have them in a bathroom, but for the most part, they rarely have mirrors.
They got a apparition. Michael Jackson.
Yep, that's what I saw. Yep. It was on YouTube. They showed it in his house.
They showed an apparition.
Because I used to see the apparitions, so I know what they look like. What? They come in all different sizes.
Was you?
Yeah, I was young. Yeah, my brother see.
Wow.
Yeah,
Your brother see?
You could feel the spirit. We used to be scared as hell to go out. I had a grandmother seeing the spirit right now. We used to be scared to death to go upstairs for some reason as a kid.
I used to see them big time, man. I used to see them little things with horns and little look like animals. They had the feet of like a dog with the face of a human. It had the horns and shit. I used to see them flying around too. They had horns and big bat wings and shit like that, man. Wow. I can sit here and tell you a whole story of Batman. When I was a kid, and my brother, we met up again like 5 years ago, and he said he's still sleeping the light and TV on, man.
Because of what y'all see.
For what we saw. Wow. He said that shit drove him crazy. That motherfucker's under my bed, plucking the springs. And I look under the bed, that motherfucker had claws clawing on my springs at the bottom of my bed. Shit. That shit was crazy looking, man. But, yeah, always an example. But you know what the crazy thing was? Halloween, we didn't see shit. We never saw nothing on Halloween.
Yo,
you know that's crazy?
That's crazy.
That is crazy. Yeah. Can you imagine waking up out of your bed, right? And it's this big. Imagine waking up in your bed and you see a big spirit standing over you, just looking at you, with them dark eyes and shit, just looking at you. And one of them picked me out of the bed and threw me on the floor, and nobody in the house heard that shit.
You know, Elder, one night, I was sleeping. I heard a voice in my ear. I started calling upon the Lord because I didn't sleep.
Yep.
You know, I got stuck in my sleep too.
Yep.
And you know,
yeah, they give you that sleep paralysis. Yeah, I remember not too long ago, I saw the hand of one. He put his thumb in my mouth because I was trying to say the name of the Lord.
Oh, that rock old bastard.
He put his thumb in my mouth. I said, ah, he like, and I bit down and bit that shit.
Yeah.
And I came out with the name of the Lord, that bastard jumped off and shit.
You did it though.
And then when I was in that realm, everything was static. Like everybody, like I was looking at my TV, looking at the furniture. It looked like I was in a different dimension or different realm. Everything looked hazy, like that car wouldn't be black, it would be like green. That spirit realm is something, man. That's another level. I want to see like this. You see like a bluish tint around the area. Yo, you see shit like that. I think y'all all have. Some of you just don't remember it.
Yeah,
that's a prime example right there.
Yeah.
Oh man, see.
Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think all of y'all at one point or something have seen it. You just don't remember it as a child.
I always see that in the dreams.
Okay.
Extra.
Okay, yeah.
I've seen
Yeah. Yep.
I used to be scared not to tell nobody because I thought I was going to do that. Something going on, man.
Yep.
That was
but it was the truth.
I was 7. I used to talk shit. You know.
Okay.
Devil, I don't know if it's the devil or whatever, but Satan or this himself. But he used to say, "I'm on your ass."
Damn. But the Lord does all that, man.
I used to be scared, but I ain't know the name Elder to call.
Okay, you didn't know name. I used to call Jesus, because that's all I did.
Until Kim in. You know what I'm saying? I used to run. I just used to run all the time.
Yep. No, you used to
come back every night.
Yep.
I was 7 years old. You come back every night. You chasing me and shit. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Now, Jim this, what y'all told me. What y'all told me. And I'll be yelling sometimes like, one time, man, I was yelling out and I knocked. And I woke up the lamp and everything. I was doing something. I was calling your house. I was saying, what the hell? But you know what I'm saying? And when I woke up next morning, it was not over. I'm coming to see y'all. Since the elders in New York told me, you know, got a camp here, you need to come up here, and I can see things have been changing. That's some of the things that have been happening.
Wow, spiritual, man. Yeah. I remember leaving my body at one time.
Yeah.
Same area. I shot up out of my body and looked down at myself like, God damn. I was young. That's when it's the spirit. And when I came out of my body, I saw all this shit flying around, man.
Astral projection.
Astral projection.
Yeah.
And I saw all the spirit. That's when I saw like right now, we just spirits just floating all around, man. The Most High. See, there's a reason why he made your vessel. Okay. There's a reason why he made all those spirits.
Okay.
Those different spirits are designed to jump in and out of your ass, man. To make you do his will. You know what I'm saying? So everything is of the Lord's. When people do certain things, the Lord like you got spiritual angels protecting you right now. Even Edomites, they got people, spirits are watching them. Do what they do on the left-hand side. If the spirits turn their back and say, oh, we done with him, you're going to die. You're going to be a final destination. You might get away from this, but guess what? It's coming, buddy. Your ass going to die. When the Lord calls you, real talk, you're going. That's why you see people get shot. They get in car accidents. The car is like a can. They get out unscathed.
Right.
But then a guy trips and falls down the steps and breaks his neck and dies.
Right.
After one step.
Right.
That's why I would get a scripture. And we'll close up soon. You know, at the end we start talking a lot of crazy stuff.
This is a little story I went back in the day. I think about 20 years ago. One of my cousins had just got his license. We going pick me and my sister, two of my sisters up, and we went for a joyride. We went 90, 100 degrees around the corner, and the car hit another car, it spent like probably about 5 times. We got out like, it ain't not that. That's crazy. That's crazy. The car was totaled, but we all got out. We untouched. So the Lord was protecting us.
Yeah, man. I used to think there was something special about, like, you know, seeing all the little apparitions of a child or whatever.
So you saw them too, yeah.
I used to think that it was something special when I run across a female. When I run across a female who would have her own stories. It seems like it's picked up a lot more stuff. So one of the things I realized is that I can't think that these women are special anymore just because I used to think they were special.
Yeah,
because they had stories similar to mine. So yeah, I wasn't crazy. And they had a story to where they could, you have to say, okay, bitch, you ain't crazy either. Like, okay, you got your story, I got my story. So now it must be some sort of thing with God. Nah, hell no. It wasn't that at all. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want nobody to think y'all want to go to female and they start telling y'all about their beautiful, spooky experiences that they want. That shit.
At the end of the day,
I got over 10 of them that I met with none of them before and after.
Yep.
Let that shit.
That's right.
That's right, bro.
Tricky. That's that trickery. That's that trickery, right?
Ever since Taza Warrior told us that the girl that be your woman.
That's right.
I've been thinking about that all week.
That's wisdom.
At work, right? That's been in my mind. You know what I mean? So,
see, and that's why we go into the woman a lot. It's not that we you got a lot of people that get on us about the woman. You know, don't talk about the woman. Well, that's been our biggest problem. One of the biggest problems. They have put the woman over us. So we got to dispel the lies and the deception and get men back up in their manly seat.
And that's part of breaking the strongholds of these guys. Why would we not? When we out here, man. See, we not the mother fake ass Israelite camps, man. We just being straight up honest. We gonna attack on every single avenue of wickedness, man. We ain't gonna soften up because a woman come up. Listen, sister, listen. You ain't no sister unless you in this thing, man. You ain't no brother unless you here, man. We don't sugarcoat nothing, man. Don't even. It's best you don't even come up to us with that bullshit, man. Because that's still part of breaking the strongholds of this double here,
But
man.
as long as we get on Negroes, that's fine. How we got on some woman around the corner, they left a comment. You gotta deal. This is Jake's. They a woman. They all on the comment. You gotta be able to deal with the sister the right way. You gotta. Scripture says rebuke, cry aloud, spare not. Right. So you gotta do this. She'll get it. You just man, get the hell out of here. But when it comes to the Negroes, nobody said you gotta deal with him a kind of way. You're too hard on him, man. The woman is so delicate, but now look at her. Anyway, go ahead, read that. Since the woman is so delicate, now the woman walking with her head up out of her delicacy. She's delicate and strong. Yeah. Right? Yeah, through her weakness, she became strong. Because all the simps bow down to women. Well, you do that to the sister. But then a woman, like if a woman came up here and took this sign and started smacking us in the face, and our head going side to side, right? The Jakes would be like, damn, they'll be walking slow. They might even pull out their phone. Damn, you fucking her up, man. You see that shit?
Yeah.
And then I get smacked and I go, pow!
Oh my gosh.
And she spin around 3 times. Then a Jake, you didn't have to do that to her, man.
That's when the phones go away, man, and they start going to the attack, man.
They call the police.
They're
He
coming
hit
there
on a woman. He hit on a woman, but nobody told the woman to be stopped. Hit on the man. That's how it is, though, isn't it?
Yes.
If y'all in the store and a woman cussing you out, fuck you, nigga. You ain't nothing, little bitch ass nigga.
Facts.
The niggas looking like, yeah, you see that? They'll none of you talking about. Yeah, look at that shit. You know, when he start cussing back, fuck you, little bitch. You know what I'm saying?
But no, we had that up here. You was talking to the Edomite. It was an Edomite guy, or older, and he was walking up there, right? And an Edomite woman was sitting there. She just kept talking, trying to get involved and shit while he was talking to her. I don't know what the hell I said. She got up. She said, "Who was it? Who was it?" He raised his voice up at a woman. And I said, "You got that right. Why are you talking to us like that? Come on, you know?
Yeah.
They allowed to do that." There was another comment said, "See, if a woman decides to get in the ring with a man, it's still his responsibility not to hit it because he's still
They don't get in the ring.
That's what I was just getting ready to say. Did she not know that was a man? See, the thing is,
Stop raising your daughters to be men.
one moment, woman is so delicate, you know, they can't defend themselves. They're easily what's that word? Manipulated, right? In the other moment, they're these goddesses, they're these queens. They push them out on movies, beating niggas' asses and shit. They get posts with niggas on their knees and shit. A man belong under my feet. But wait a minute, I thought you was just so delicate and so innocent.
I thought you were equal. But now, as long as you've been equal, it's all right. I think so.
Oh no, yeah, read that real quick. Then we'll go close. This is Zephaniah 3:16. It says, "In that day it shall be said to Jerusalem, fear thou not, and to Zion, let not thine hands be slack. The Lord thy God in the midst of thee is mighty, right? He will save, he will rejoice over thee with joy, right? He will rest in his love, he will joy over thee with singing, right? I will gather them that are sorrowful for the solemn assemblies, who are of thee, and to whom the reproach of it was a burden."
Right. So basically, the Lord said, in First Thessalonians, rest with us. Rest with the Lord. Fear not. Now, there's 2 different kinds of fears. We always want to fear the Lord, but you don't fear them. You know, you fear what they can do to you. Read that over again, 16.
God, it says, in that day it shall be said to Jerusalem, fear thou not, and to Zion, let not thine hands be slack. Right. The Lord thy God in the midst of thee is mighty.
Right.
He will save. He will rejoice over thee with joy.
Right.
He will rest in his love. He will joy over thee with singing.
So when that time comes, we're going to get back all that we lost and more. Right? We those aberrations ain't gonna be no big deal. When they talk about if we satires here in America when it's destroyed, that's where you're gonna see all that. We even gonna be able to see it if we want to. The Mist. But we're not gonna fear it. Like that movie The Mist, that was a prime example.
Oh.
We're gonna be able to see stuff. But Most High just said don't fear it. Guess what? Like right now, we shouldn't fear it. We just call on the name of the Lord. But you know what's worse than a demon that's not in the body? A demon that's in somebody's body. I said what's worse than a demon that's not in the body is a demon that's in somebody's body. Oh, please, yeah. Well, you got like, you do got demons that are stronger than anybody's body. Don't get it twisted. That can do things to you because it's of the Lord. But what I mean by that, if somebody gets possessed by, like your woman, or your brother, or your mother, and a demon jumping them, that's the worst thing, man, because it's your loved one. And they'll destroy you through that subtlety of that demon influence, that demon that's in them. Now, the demon outside the body, yeah, it can manipulate you, whatever. Well, they're normally to get in people's vessels. Spirits get in people's vessels, they get in people's bodies, and they control them. So there hasn't, at least I haven't seen on record, a spirit pick up a gun and shoot somebody in the head. But I have seen spirit get on business, pick up a gun and shoot somebody in the head. Jeffrey Dahmer, he was used as a vessel to kill. I've never seen a spirit kill somebody and eat them. What we seen Jeffrey Dahmer doing. That's why my point, what I mean by that.
You can physically see it. The spirit world is a form of show itself if it wants to, but imagine someone just telling a bunch of people, oh, I saw a spirit, you try to shoot somebody. Not everybody gonna believe that. But if you told people that I saw a man do it, people gonna believe it.
Gotcha.
That's why they all messed up with that Holy Spirit. Jumped Mary and had sex with her and all
The
that.
conception and all that.
Sick. The Lord, you sick. All right, we're gonna close, brother.
And well, with that, Lord, willing, this is edifying. We will give all praises, honor, and glory to
Double honors to the
apostles and the elders of Great Millstone, and the sincere Solomon taught the Akim out here that's going against the truth and the sincerity. Solomon will walk for the ball.
Death to Babylon. Death to Babylon.
After Babylon.